Hello, friends! Today we are starting a new campaign with new and wonderful people. How's everybody doing today?
Good.
I am not as sleepy anymore.
That's good to hear.
Also,
Wow,
these Kobold, these Dragonborn children are adorbs.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Buck starting the campaign with $50. Wow, thank you so much. So.
Is that I'm somehow ginormous?
Yes, you are big. Honestly, for now, that's fine, though, because we're going to be just mostly talking at the beginning, going over our characters, and, just to be real with the audience, stalling for our last player to arrive.
Yep,
but
good for people to know this.
Absolutely. I'll put a pin in the upper right corner for when we get started proper. If you're watching live, deal with it.
Oh, hello.
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 Hey,
Welcome.
Hey.
Do you want me to turn on my webcam or no?
I have you on the with your dog model on the Fujitech.
Oh, of course. Okay. I don't know where that is.
Oh, it's already set up.
It's a cute
Yeah,
guy's model.
Yeah, I've got you. You're all golden.
Let me actually open up the Jade Twitch.
Sure. Twitter, YouTube.
Are we live right now?
We are live. We just hit the live button a few moments ago, and we're gonna try and buy you time to install.
Well then, hello everybody. I'm sorry.
Hello.
I was talking to adult things about finances and taxes.
Ooh, exciting!
Sorry about that.
No worries.
No. There are many things that we can excuse, and talking about adult finances and taxes is not one of them.
I don't even know how to taxes.
Right? Like, none of these things are real. It's no. No. By the way, hi.
Hello. Should we I assume you guys have all
Yes.
introduced yourselves. Oh,
That's
okay.
just what we were getting to. We were just about to go around the table and introduce everybody. Do you want to start? Because you got here late. Put you on the spot.
I mean, like, you want to put me on the spot? I suppose that I could do.
I would like to put you on the
What
spot.
you get for being here late?
No, it's fine. I completely understand. Hello everyone. I am Magus Serling. You might know me from such productions as Alpha and Omega and Velma. You might also know me from as the sound designer for Has Been Hotel, Hell of a Boss, and most recently Lackadaisy, which just hit 5 million views.
Which was amazing.
Impossibly in like a week. It's been an incredible time.
Absolutely killer. Like incredible work. Just incredible work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but yeah, with Lackadaisy, I was like the sound supervisor, so I made sure everything was like organized and stuff, and did some of my own sound design on it. But I'm also the creator of Magus Elgar and a upcoming audio comedy, Clutch a Kobold Story, which is a comedy about kobolds.
Hype for that. Who wants to go next?
I might as well get it over with. Hi, I'm Great Dictator. Animator, if you can call SFM in Gmod Animations animation.
Yeah.
You might know me from Team Neighborhood and Thrilling Crime Adventures or Rattle M Boys, if you've seen that gif around, or Heresy Alert. I forgot my own meme. And a variety of other smaller individual animations that I've made in SFM or Gmod. I don't know anymore.
Yeah, you did Team Neighborhood. I think you did like a dedicated video for Moments with Heavy a while back.
Yes, for as a dedication to the late Colin Wyckoff. That was actually what partially inspired Team Neighborhood.
Really?
Yeah, it's like we always liked how he did Moments with Heavy and how it's like, I don't know, they just kind of hang out and stuff explodes around them. Nonsensical. but there's a story and a goal to and a point to each videos, unlike the fever dreams that most videos are. Oh yeah, also my own heavy quest adventures in video games and shit.
Oh yeah.
That was my first magnum opus, so to speak, where I actually did most of the work myself, and the quality shows it, especially the editing. And maybe you know me from Overwatch. Lucio goes to BlitzCon. I don't know. I have such a
diversity.
I like diversity in my stuff. Actually, for those of you here, you might be Trekkies. For Trek, the next procrastination.
A veritable eclectic array of talents and skills to behold.
I also just like various genres, so if I see something that's in a genre that I like Warhammer, I'll just make a video randomly about it, just because I like it that much, and I want to play with the models like a child.
Valid.
Yeah. Anyway, I think I've taken up enough time.
No worries.
No worries.
Sprig, you want to go next?
Break.
Sure. I am a wildly unqualified internet lizard. You can find me on Twitch most nights.
I've had an absolutely stellar start.
You did not hear that?
Nope.
Cool.
Okay.
I have an absolutely stellar and then just nothing else.
Okay.
I have my professional qualifications. I was eventually promoted to management at every job I've ever worked before. They were all retail jobs and they were awful.
Yeah, that counts.
Oh god, do I have to explain my job history?
Only if you want to. Good.
I'm just poking fun because like everybody else who's introduced themselves has like a super impressive portfolio.
Oh god.
Well, alright, just wait. When you're done.
Hashtag.
I don't know if I have much else to say about myself.
You're a
All my
delightful
brain
and
can-
cozy streamer on Twitch.
All I could think of when you said everybody else has a portfolio, press X to doubt in my mind popped up. Not for everybody else, just myself.
Now we've reviewed the qualifications of your resume and found it to be
I mean-
very impressive with your managerial skills. The question we have before we decide to have you go forward with our employment is, will you be needing a footstool as part to be able to get up to the desk? Because I assume that you are of a considerable height. I'm assuming, of course.
No, it's a pretty safe assumption.
Follow him,
Are
guy.
you finished? Yeah, so I play games. I've been playing role-playing games for 20-ish years now. I stream some stuff, mostly with friends. Basically, I'm just a helper.
You're the one who's always a collab guest on other people's streams. You don't actually stream yourself.
Yep, exactly. Yep. If you need help with a Souls game, just DM me. Fine, I'll help you. I know all of the stuff. It's fine.
And I am Jade the Kobold. I have been an actor and a game designer for the majority of my life. I'm not really putting a bunch of the stuff I've done out in public yet because of just privacy reasons. But there's a chance you might have seen me at some point, I guess. Streaming has been my way of combining two things that I'm passionate about and that I'm proud of. So thank you all for joining, and I think we're gonna have a good time. So I
Oh yeah.
yay.
I think that's all we can hope for.
Yeah. So oddly enough,
Sitting
most of my
here,
acting.
looking at my character sheet and being like, what voice do I want to do for this guy? Because I'm going to be experimenting for a while until I settle on something. Because I'm not going to be doing the thing that I had to do. I did for my supervillain campaign that I'm doing right now, where I'm, going for a Dudley Do-Right voice. I'm not doing that to you.
I don't know. It sounds delightful. Maybe at some point, though. Maybe at some point.
Mm-hmm.
So then, so. This is my first time GMing Pathfinder, and I believe it's the majority are our first times playing it.
Yeah, I've
If
never
we get-
played before.
If we get things wrong, Rule of Cool is going to be in full effect. If we'll appreciate any comments or any notes that people have if we're getting things wrong, but real talk, things are probably going to be wrong at some point. So we're just going to accept that and embrace it.
Yeah, I'm curious about things that we get wrong too. Just because I like rules.
The opener links is going to be setting up the characters and the characters' backgrounds. And that's the part where... There we are. There you go.
There.
Welcome.
Hey,
Actually
you all
connected
got
to the
colors now.
tabletop.
Hello.
If you don't
Want to
have
add
a...
my character sheet to this.
Tragically, you do not. You'll simply have your character sheet, and you can and you have a roller strip to click for dice, and whatever counters and notes you would like, I can provide to you.
I will have to endure this, but am I entitled to a miniature of some kind?
Absolutely. If you right-click on this and hit search, you will have, it'll take a few moments to load, but it'll load 1,400 miniatures, and you can search
Oh
it for
yeah,
one
no,
that fits you.
I don't doubt that. I had to do the same thing with what was it, X-Wing?
Mm-hmm.
It's like choose a miniature of okay, what miniatures do you have available? All of Star Wars. Oh, all right then.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be here a while.
Isn't modability great?
Oh, it is. And yeah, this is my...
Also... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, this is my NPC stash, so yeah, I just grab something from here, and if we want something more specific, we can take care of it later.
I found
If you're
these
worried
two
about it, terribly,
children.
you can just click for whatever dice you need on any open thing. So.
Also, just for everyone's reference, because I use this as a motivator to draw, I have at least done a sketch of my character.
Oh, nice. I have not done
Did that
this.
work?
Uh,
I don't think that worked. It's very small. It's just small.
What are we looking at?
A dragonborn artificer with a hand cannon.
I see a Dragonborn baby.
Oh, it's in the new
Tried
world.
pulling it out, but
indie.
it's not loading, so I think it's gonna take.
It's fine. Just give it a second.
Oh yeah, it says here 198 out of 1400. Oh joy!
Yeah.
Oh, it's this fox person with some Wolverine claws.
I guess that's close enough.
Am I exploding now? I might be exploding now. Anyways, next I would like to go around and have everyone describe their... Did it explode?
It just kicked everybody out.
Ah, heck. It's because I was searching for the miniatures thing to try to help look, and I guess it just flagged me too hard. My bad. We should be able to reload in, and then
That's fine.
we just won't click that button.
No, click the button again. It was very funny.
Yeah, I posted the sketch in the New World D&D.
Anywho.
Let me get it on stream. Oh, yeah.
What are we doing?
Our best.
Yeah, that's true.
Alright, since you have a sketch, which is about to be on screen, do you want to tell us about your character?
Yes. Should I be blunt about this character's inspiration, or...
Sure. I mean, your call.
Sure, why not?
So, this character, I honestly wanted to play him for a while, simply because, you know what? I liked him. I liked the premise for him in the cartoon that I got him for, and it's an obscure cartoon that you will only know because I like watching obscure shit, called Blazing Dragons by one of the Monty Python people, no less. It's essentially a parody of, well, Knights of the Round Table and such, with
Makes sense.
things like the square table, and of course all the knights are dragons and such. And this character is a little boy called the Flicker, which I love the name so much. It's probably the main reason why I'm playing with it. So it's incredibly adorable to me. And he's essentially an inventor, who also wants to be a Knight of the Round Table, which, it's a nice premise, like a brainiac that wants to be among people who are normally known for their martial skills, so to speak. And I thought, hey, that's something I can build a character off of. Also, I feel like I can actually imitate his voice to a reasonable, to at least a small degree.
Mm-hmm. All right. So your character is a, as you said, is a dragonborn inventor.
Yeah.
Artificer / inventor, who makes things explode pretty often.
Usually not on purpose. Which is why which is why I specifically went for the fire resistance. Now I know fire most resistant thing, but it's actually he has a good reason. Also, the black thing on his helmet visor is special glass to help when welding. I thought it was a nice way to integrate it into the design.
Oh, I thought it was because he lived in a cave and couldn't see sunlight.
I mean, he's not that kind of dragon.
Reverse dark vision.
Geez Potato. I have a kobold character that's all about arson. But he will not be showing up in this campaign unless the GM wants to use him as an NPC or something. I even gave him a little coat of fire resistance.
Magus, tell us about your character.
Oh boy, if I can tell you about my character, the things that I would do in my essay that I have produced at the last minute. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, so my character, his name is Rodelakanustic. He is a kitsune. He's a white kitsune with gold markings and is dressed like a college professor in tweeds. And is just an absolutely delightful, precious cinnamon roll, who is part of a. I'll type out the name for him. It's Rodelac. I'll type it. I'll PM it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, stick. I gotta spell it myself. There we go. He's part of a bureaucratic institution called the Department of Happenstance, which is a group of people that usually investigates the strange magical anomalies of the world and tries to find some kind of explanations for them, or at very least a chart of how best to assess the situation to make sure that most commoners and the like and non-magical folk don't really have this problem. He's just a really excited young librarian that is being offered the opportunity to go out into the world and start his own field work. And he's going to be going out of his way to try and start up a bit of a... what was the word that I had described in here? It was like he wants to form an investigation team to make the world a safer, better understood place while also trying to learn more about it, because most of his experiences has been through books.
All right. I guess we'll just go in the introduction order. So, Sprig.
So I am playing a character, her name is Ciara, in shorthand, most people call her Cece. She is also an inventor, however went quite the opposite direction of, rather than trying to join a knighthood, or, to put her inventions towards combat. She originally was planning and was working on becoming a archmage for creating lifestyle magics, things that could improve people's lives with like simple spells. After an accident, she is no longer uses magic and has instead dedicated her efforts to creating machines to do the same job.
Do you want to go into the details on that accident, or do you want to just leave that for later?
I'll leave that for later, I think.
Fair enough. And Polearm Guy.
In the interest of leaving things for later, I will go ahead and just invoke that now. My character is Cass-Redden. He was created to be a recipient for a curse that a noble scion had on him. He is a copy of that person.
Ooh.
And his whole life is running away from them.
All right. Okay. So, at the start, I had asked everyone to make up their backstory up to a certain point. And that certain point is where we're all going to get together. So, a pet peeve that I have about tabletop RPG systems is the idea of everyone meeting in a tavern and all of a sudden they're best friends and they go on an adventure, right? That's... Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And, frankly, it doesn't create a strong connection between characters. Not inherently. Usually it's fine, but as you play it out. But one thing that I like to do to fast forward that is to make the characters' backstories intertwine by spending a good chunk of session 0 trying to figure out, well, how did everybody know each other? And I think that right out of the gate, we have 2 inventors, and I would be delighted to know how you 2 met. This is also always going to be improv. We can break out the dice if we need to, but by and large, this is just going to be some free form improv to get some understandings of, well, how you met. Feel free to invent anything about the world that you need it to exist, because frankly, most of the world the game is going to be taking place on a new continent, as you were told in the pitch. So, how did these 2 inventors get together?
Well, since we can invent, I think it's... Well, I think the idea of a small inventors fair, because I always like the idea that even in a world where there's a little bit more inventors, there's still a relatively small amount. So the fair would have been like at most 10 people, aside from like how many people going there to see things.
I imagine a world that has a lot of magic in it, then there's not a lot of necessity for physical invention.
Yeah. So yeah, that would have been probably a best place. Like, I know we could have like... Honestly, there's a good chance my character, Flicker, probably tried to present something there, and much like in the TMNT intro where Donatello does machines, his machine went into the air. And I like the idea that he just landed right next to her. like cartoon burns on him.
So Sprig, what sort of invention would you bring to an inventor's fair? What would be the type of thing that you would take?
I feel like this would be where she was first attempting to present her little spider babies. Little mechanical spiders that can do like some minor repairs with a small welding tool. Usually they, like a lot of them, she has carry essentially like an approximation of a healing potion, steel wire for just lashing things together. Kind of just like an all-purpose multi-tool as an automaton.
Okay. So a tiny spider android mech that. How does it respond to commands? How do people instruct it?
I feel like at the Adventures Fair she was still working on the instructing part.
Mm-hmm.
At that point it could handle a few like pre-done commands, but it didn't really do a great job at identifying the context for those commands.
Part of me is like just
These things happen.
Part of me is just thinking now. It's what's the word for this scenario? Cataclave of coincidences, where she said something and her machine went off and did something, and it affected my machine adversely.
So what is Flicker? What is your machine?
Let's see. It's probably gonna be a case of like I have two inventions. One that's like I made before, and then that's not as impressive. But the other one probably would have been. I like the idea that it's something benign, but it's somehow supercharged somehow. Like we're talking
Espresso maker sort of thing?
You know what? Yeah, as he was trying, because he doesn't like just do military inventions like the hand cannon. He does do stuff like architecture, so building, but also stuff to get in good with like the other knights in the order. So an espresso machine would be classic. A food processor maybe, like a giant food processor.
That makes sense. How giant we talking?
Well, big enough that he needs like a small ladder to put it in. You insert it from like the top, and yes, I am yet again stealing this from a cartoon that I will reveal. Fine. Like, I'm gonna reveal the cartoon like near the end of the session. I might as well.
You don't get it, but I believe you.
You'll find the character and make it your own along the way. That's a very common way of character building.
Yeah, that's unfortunately where I do best, because like
it doesn't need to be unfortunate. It's good.
Mm-hmm.
I like to think I'm being original by stealing from something obscure.
I mean, that's not exactly original, but like it's fine.
I think it's about where you start. You know, it's you can start with something and then develop it into your own later on.
It's a good basis.
Yeah.
Good artists borrow, great artists steal.
My only fault is that I haven't stolen enough. You see. Yeah. Let's see.
So, what's wrong with the food processor? What's wrong with it? Because you said, we know your character. We know kind of what you're going for.
Right. Let's see. What's wrong with it? Let's see. I'm trying to imagine the inner workings of this machine. So probably a lot of cogs. I want to say something got stuck in the cog. I do not. I wanted to, at first, imply that it's the spider babies, but she calls them spider babies, so that would be kind of cruel.
This is more you setting up your character, and Sprig can set up hers as the as how to go.
Let's see.
But on that note, so, something stuck in a mechanism, that sounds like a great launching off point.
Crystal. It's a small fire crystal.
All right.
The way I normally interpret like elemental crystals is like if you hit them, they will produce that effect of theirs of that element. That's how I normally interpret crystals like that. Which means with this thing being stuck between a couple of gears, it's part of the reason for the explosion.
And Sprig, you actually see this. Let us go. Oh, do you want to adjust something?
Oh yeah. I actually it's not very easily visible because I haven't colored it in or detailed it. But like on the opposite end from the firing part of the hand cannon, there is like a little. It's meant to be like a small fire gem that when he flicks it, that's what propels stuff out of the cannon.
All right, Sprig, you see one of your spider babies has gone missing, and as you begin to find it, you see this, well, this catastrophe ready to happen. Let us go into scene with these characters.
Oh, bastard! Come on. What's going wrong? What's wrong with this thing?
Maybe don't start that, maybe. That's concerning.
What is good? What is good concerning my fellow inventor?
There's a crystal in the gears, and if you turn that wheel, it is going to explode.
Oh. That. Well, oh. Well, that's not good. That would be the second time today.
I just assumed that you'd been running this a lot. That doesn't.
No. Those were
those
those were from completely different inventions. But this one, I really do not want to explode.
Well, being a giant food processor, I don't think we want those blades flying through the audience here at the Inventors Fair. We already have a bad enough name.
Exactly, that would leave a terrible impression on a future night of the Square Table. Do you think you can help me out with this? I don't quite have the hands to get quite through to the crystal.
I couldn't get in there myself. I could try to get one of my automata to get it, but
Ooh, automata!
They're a little bit buggy.
I get it.
And not just because they're spiders.
Ooh, mechanical spiders! Do you have a big one? Like a really huge one?
No, I don't. We don't need a big one.
There's always room for a giant one.
But just one of these in your closet at home, you can have it for any kind of work around the house if you need it.
Ooh, let me see one of them.
A giant one, you've got to have a whole barn set aside just for it, and what's it going to do?
Well, I mean, it can vanquish evildoers, and it's cool to be seen around in it. But for now, those small ones would be very good if I can see them. What are they? Like, I'm assuming they're not like outwardly visible.
She's probably got one in her lap at least. I don't have the model for it. CC is wheelchair bound.
Do they make any noises?
Okay.
They have a little bit of like a rattle and click. They're
Hang on.
clockwork
I got something
automata.
first. Maybe like a.
Yep. Pretty much.
I'm not sure if I should be more impressed or not that you just had that at the ready.
Just throw it on hand. Like little skitters up and just.
We could ask one. Like I could get one to try and remove the crystal for you, but maybe at least remove the blades, just in case first.
Oh, that is a wonderful idea. Like then he goes into the hatch and just like at least he removes like the 3 big blades that were in there.
Okay, No.
Anyway, maybe we,
Disable welder. Do not weld that crystal. Do not bind it in steel wire. Just remove it. Do not split it like wood. Remove the crystal. Extract the crystal from the gear housing.
So right now we can decide whether you want to break out dice for a bit of randomization, or if you want to just choose a narrative path and tell us how it goes. That is entirely up to you. At this point, we all have the goal of creating a scene where these characters become friends and that. So whatever is going to work best, a bit of randomization can add a bit of unknown, or it can just be, just deciding what's going to fit best narratively. Your call.
for things like this, I think normally I go for the what's narrative or what's cool thing, but for this, it's casual enough that I'm okay with like whatever happens.
Yeah, I think the dice would be more fun for this one too.
All right. That is okay. Wow, I just noticed your D20, Magus. That's amazing.
It's the biggest D20 anyone has ever seen.
I have chosen my D20, and I am very happy with it. 'Cause I roll this thing, and it looks like I'm about to bludgeon somebody to death with this death storm. Oh no!
And there it
It
goes.
fell off the table.
I love the
Have you
fact
considered rolling it better?
Consider myself forearmed with this D20.
so I was
Actually,
constantly
do
zoomed
know
in.
Kobold.
That's
I
a
think
3.
that's a 3.
I was constantly
do
zoomed in
know
on
Kobold.
our. I was constantly
what-
zoomed in on our figures, and I'm watching
same.
like the stream, and I did not notice the giant dice until I went and zoomed
I
out.
kept
What?
telling myself, I'm just going to keep
It's
raising
so
the size
big.
of this thing until somebody notices. And
Yeah.
I hit the max before anyone did.
I
Well, I
literally
noticed
turned around to see
immediately.
that.
I noticed immediately. I just didn't say anything because
'Cause
it
it's
was
funnier.
not my turn to speak.
That is
Big, what were you
valid.
saying?
That's a valid way to go about it.
That's fair.
I was just saying I know a couple of friends actually who own a die that's like a big metal die about that size.
That's awesome.
It's
Yeah, no, I
They're
have one
great.
that's
It's
metal
a
that's about
custom-
that weight.
It's a custom set called Savage Attack Dice.
Ooh, that sounds amazing. I'm looking
That's
this
an
up.
appropriate
Actually.
name for it.
They're like big 20-pound metal dice.
That's too much.
Now,
That's the
this-
point. The
I,
point
I,
is
like, I
that
like having my table, and none of those are actually physically usable.
you see, if you throw that dice, whatever number comes on it, that is its actual damage to the floor or whatever surface.
Well, no, but like it does the same damage no matter what you roll.
All right,
That is also true.
let's continue.
Yes.
Anyway, yeah, I guess let's roll. Let's.
So
bring
you all
out
have
one of
these
my-
little roll strips at each of your tables, and you can just
Mhm.
simply click whatever button matches the die that you want to roll, and it'll roll. If you want to add your own dice to the table, if there's a lot of worlds that have good
Yes,
custom dice, feel free.
my other GM does. So, which one of us will roll, or do we both roll for this?
No, either or. It's your machine, and it's her scooter. So
Okay, let's see. I got a 15.
that's pretty good. Sounds like that's a success. So
Neat.
Scooter weasels its way in there. It has to, because of the way its legs are shaped, it needs to get surprisingly deep, almost entirely inside of the mechanism, to be able to release the crystal. It releases with a spark, but not an explosion, as you realize that it was actually under tension and under pressure the entire time, and that it did not erupt is nothing less than a sheer blessing.
Ooh, that was a close one. Well, almost made a third one.
I didn't do you ever have one of those moments where you didn't realize you've been holding your breath for 5 minutes?
Not really.
Why did you have a fire crystal in there anyways?
It seems like a fun idea, right?
Oh, I have a lot of them.
Yeah, exactly.
They're surprisingly plentiful where I'm from.
What would you do
It's
differently?
what gave me an idea for this. Now, to emphasize the image, I like the idea that is like he's pointing the hand cannon at her, is like just to show her, but it's like with that same like intensity of like the point gun meme, or it's like when Dexter
Look, it's
says,
meat.
Yeah,
Oh, actually,
definitely
no.
both hands pushing the gun out of her face.
Honestly, I think I'm already like making this character way different by having him have very neurotic energy.
Yeah.
The original was a lot more soft-spoken and definitely a lot more considerate.
Finding a character
No
through
char-
play is completely valid and a common way of going about it.
Yeah, I was gonna. No character is complete until they had their first session.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
Let us put a pin in this here and
Mhm.
slide over to our other two characters. So you two, what do you have in common that you would like to make conscious? We have a curse surrogate for a noble scion, someone who received a curse instead of its intended recipient, and we have a investigating kitsune who is book read but a little bit of an ivory tower individual. Actually, let me open up by asking Castredin. Tell me about what your character... Like, your character is dedicated to running away from them, but what form does that take? Where do you tend to hide? What sort of nooks and crannies do you tend to escape to, and how are you chased?
I run mostly in high-profile circles, mostly because I can, like, that's the sort of etiquette that I know best.
Okay. And
So-
how about... Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, finish your thought, please.
No, I was going to go ahead to a different thought, but you saying something totally... Go ahead. Just say what you're going to say.
I was just going to follow that by asking Rodalok if what sort of circles they tended to travel in.
Oh, for Rodalak?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I imagine that from the Department of Happenstance, they had sat him down and they took a very close look into his eye and they say, "Well, we have some good news. We're finally going to let you out of the tower." And he's like, "Really? That would be phenomenal! I have so many ideas on things that I could do for outside on the field." Before you do that, we have an assignment that we would like you to stick specifically in this area. Do not deviate too far from this area, and we'll be able to, make sure that your accreditations and your living arrangements do not expire in the tower while you are gone. Oh, well, that's incredibly grateful. Oh, that's incredibly generous of you. I can't wait to get started. Yes, you need to start immediately. Get out. So, the furthest extent of his business account was one carriage to the current town that we are staying at. When he had requested to acquire a group of people to be hired from the Department of Happenstance, they said, "We'll give you a list of independent contractors and go from there." Which, he gracefully accepted because he doesn't know many independent contractors. They are probably an incredibly reputable source of experts and the most accomplished members of the field. After all,
I agree. No, that
going
sounds
out on
exactly
their
accurate.
own, doing their own thing without any kind of oversight from any kind of agency whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And,
No, I'm an expert in everything.
What sort of independent contractor did you get mistaken for?
Me or
Bill.
Either way.
Sorry. What, yeah, Caspian.
he was
Catherine.
asking what you were mistaken for.
Yeah, what sort of independent contractor were you mistaken for? Hello?
I think
Are you dead?
they have disappeared. Does this mean I get to guess what they did?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to. They
Oh,
can
you're
talk
back.
with us.
Welcome back.
No, go for it. Go for it.
Welcome back.
No, like, am I not audible?
You weren't for a few
You
moments.
are now.
Oh, I'm sorry. What kind of? I'm sorry. You're saying what kind of person was I mistaken for?
What kind of independent contractor were you mistaken
Rodelac was
for?
given a list of names of independent contractors that would be able to help them in investigations and, well, research into strange
Expert
magical
into
anomalies.
arcane arts.
Mhm.
Is the kind that I was mistaken for.
The what of the arcane arts?
Expert?
Oh, joy. Okay.
So this sounds like a
I-
delightful scene. Let us open it up in. Well, let us open it up in. What do you think? A tavern? A library? Someplace that would
I was actually
simultaneously-
thinking, like, in the carriage on the way to, like, the location that the two inventors were making their way, were dealing with.
Okay. Does that work for you?
That works for me. I'm good
Shall
for
I
me
open
for
or shall
whatever.
you? Shall I open or shall you?
Go ahead.
Okay. The carriage vibrates ever so gingerly as we are making our way down the dirt's path towards our destination. Rodelac is sitting with a slightly oversized ascot on and some very professional-looking tweeds, and what appears to be a leather backpack that is laden with supplies, but he ended up ordering a backpack far too large for the task at hand, because he did not appropriately assess the size requirements of his supplies. At the very least, he's prepared for any additional acquisitions while they are on their journey. He adjusts his ascot a little bit and tightens up his posture a little, holding a manila envelope of contracts and documents and the like, as he stares silently across to his companion in a moment of what could be considered as brief introverted panic. So I would like to welcome you to the contracted assignment of the Department of Happenstance. My name is Rodelac. You may call me Rodelac. And I wanted to discuss with you that I've been trying to get together a list of a baker's dozen of agents that would be able to assist me in investigating some of the strange anomalies that have been cropping up in the region. I mean the baker's dungeon quite surreptitiously, because I suppose I only have a certain limit to the budget, but I was told that I was highly recommended to you as a expert of the arcane arts.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Wonderful. I was thinking, how much experience would you say that you would have outside a let's just say a sedentary lifestyle?
Oh, I have extensive experience with combating the arcane arts and detecting them.
Oh, that's absolutely wonderful. I imagine could you provide me an example of one of your conquests? Not that I don't distrust your accreditation or your experience, but I've just been so eager for the opportunity to learn a bit about certain stories outside of what would be considered put on ink and quill.
Oh, well, I was held captive for many years until I developed the skills to use my arcane abilities to effect an escape.
Oh goodness! Were you an indentured servant? Were you taken by a malodorous despot of some kind?
No, I was just a slave. No specifics. They didn't have me doing anything. They just put me in a cell.
Yes, slave. Right. Yes, that would be the more colloquial term for it. My apologies. Continue. How did you break out?
I determined the best way to effect a how shall we say an escape that involved a certain amount of physical altercation without me being physically next to people.
An alternative altered physical altercation. I've never heard of one of those before. Well, I suppose I shouldn't pry too deeply. We will be having plenty of opportunities to be able to explore in great detail of such things.
No. I mean, if you're curious about the exact thing, I crushed them.
Oh,
to death.
is that the arcane term for it?
I don't know if it's the arcane term. It's what I did.
I crushed.
So the kitsune takes his left leg and folds it on top of his right and steeples his fingers to make himself seem a lot more professional in the instance, despite the fact that just saying, I crushed my enemies is a lot more violent than he had expected.
Can you toss me a what is it in this sense motive?
Okay, let's see here. I will roll this massive D20, which if you want to like,
It's the largest D20 any human has ever seen.
We can make it much larger, but the GM has to relinquish control.
Oh,
All right, I'm gonna roll this.
Oh.
Okay,
Ooh,
based
an 18.
on my analysis here, my sense motive,
16.
I don't see a sense motive on my
Where
skill
is it?
on my skill sheet.
Yeah, that's not a skill
Where is it?
in
I believe that is
Pathfinder.
I
I
don't
think it was
even see a
wrapped under
perception.
society, maybe?
Yeah,
or something
you
like
can
that?
call it society or diplomacy, whichever you prefer.
Let's go with I suppose society in this particular instance. So
Sure.
that is a 23.
That's fantastic. You are keenly aware that this person, well, definitely not what you expected, definitely has the skill set that you don't have. And that's probably a good thing. I mean, right? That could be a good thing.
I would
It's
have
at
to
least
come
a
to that
dangerous thing.
conclusion. Right. So, seeing as that you are a little bit, as he taps his fingers, like he takes like his steepled fingers and moves his like hands away, and then like taps all 5 of his fingers together a couple of times, a little awkwardly. Of a this man either may be the answer to my prayers, or I'm about to get mugged, as he quietly infers in the back of his head. As he
My
says, "So,
character just sits back and grins.
considering that you are a little bit more well-versed in experience, I was thinking that in terms of trying to complete our posse, as it were, I've constructed a couple of lists of names of people that we'd be able to acquire. I had here a pair of inventors of varying skills that I believe would be good for appraising and assessing some of the more technologically astute curiosities.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, these people could be complete incompetence, and if you get me off of this continent, I'm still along for the ride.
I will endeavor to see if I could facilitate that.
Zero subtlety.
He says very diplomatically, considering that he is not entirely sure like how far of a distance that would be to get off this continent. I'm gonna do another sense motive on that one because I feel like that would be something that he would be.
I'm being
Would that be okay,
radically honest with you.
I understand that. It's
uncomfortably
more
so.
of just trying to infer if this is like, oh, am I in danger? What would I roll for that?
Let's make it an opposed society check. That seems reasonable.
Oh, good. That's one of my best checks.
Okay.
I got a 17.
Can you beat his giant dice?
Look at it go!
Oh,
Possibly.
wow. Muzzle
Look at it go!
Oh.
Yeah!
I could not.
That is a 28.
That is a 28.
Yeah, no. On the science society, I got 17.
You read him like a book.
So you just hear like a very tiny squeak when he says, "Get off this continent," as he says, well, I suppose we might as well discuss the caveat in the contract that is typical for adventurers of this caliber.
No, let me make it.
Adventurer being a surrogate for independent contractor, you understand. In the contract, we have what is called the "Don't Ask, Don't Tell" policy. That is, with the Department of Happenstance, we officially disavow and claim plausible deniability for any instances of ne'er-do-well, skullduggery, or illegal interactions prior to our contract, provided that you do not commit further instances while under our employ. In other words, just, I don't want to know, I don't need to know, and the least I know, the better. Unless it might get me killed.
Is there some formality that I can join this? Because that's fine. I don't mind just telling people.
Oh, it's just a minor scrawling of your signature. That's all that's required.
Excellent. Then, yeah, I'm on board.
Don't worry, there's no need for, like, blood markings or anything like that. This isn't a magical pact or anything like that. Or so I have read.
I wrap my hand that I have already cut open. Okay, all right.
I might need to make a note to mention these things a little bit sooner. I
just like a little bit sooner, maybe.
Is that
That's all
going
I'm
to
saying.
heal up okay?
I don't know.
I just like the idea that you just like cut your hand open and just relax there, like, oh dear. No, don't do that. Goodness.
I'm enjoying the idea that you're like, you cut your hand, is that going to be okay? And I'm like, man, like, I don't know. Like, I cut my hand open. This shit sucks.
Flicker.
Yes.
Now you had two inventions that you were bringing, right? You said the first one was the food processor. What was the other one?
The second one was technically the hand cannon, but we could, if you want, we could still try and come up with something else.
Give me something that can explode.
Well,
God.
I like the idea of. I don't know why it's been burning heavily in my head, but just the image of a catapult that somehow still manages to explode. Like self-detonates. Like a thing that should only be able to burn somehow detonates.
I assure you a catapult can explode.
It's like the Mark II Kobold cannon. It's just a giant ballista that has a dynamite at the back to propel the charge forward.
That sounds absolutely perfect.
Honestly, that sounds about right, because it's like it actually makes some logical sense. Like I said, the catapult, I suggested just because it's like it's pretty much like an inanimate object in the background, like in a scene, and somehow like it's a thing that nobody would ever think would explode, and then just like that.
I mean, I absolutely think a catapult could explode. You put the pressures on it just wrong, and it just boom.
Well, I think it's actually even funnier, personally at least, if it works even better than you had ever hoped for. In fact, when you test it out to show it off at the Inventors Fair, it sends a bolt all the way clear past the testing range and all the way into the main road.
I like the idea that
Oh dear.
that it gets embedded into into the side of a nobleman's wall of a mansion somehow.
Tragically,
Like-
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but it's like it's to the point where they can't really tell where it came from, just a very vague direction it might have been from.
Just demolishes a rose garden halfway across town.
That rose garden knows what
Actually,
it
I
does.
like this idea. I like this idea. I like the idea that the fair is somewhere fairly close to the kingdom that flickers from, the Dragon Kingdom. Well, let's be very simple like that. And this particular the fair is like at the border, and this particular noble is very close to this kingdom. So this is not the first time it has happened.
Well, that works for me. It also causes a retaining wall to crumble and scatter heavy rock across the road that your carriage is traveling on.
Ooh.
Is Rodelakin? Oh, you said that scene took place inside of a carriage, yes?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
I look over at Sprig and say, "Ooh, do you think I should have? Do you think I should have put in less gunpowder? Less black powder."
I do think that was a little bit overkill on the black powder.
Yes, and I probably shouldn't have added the fire crystal in there too.
Yes, the explosives outweighing the projectile is usually a little bit of a problem.
Like I said,
All this seems fine to me.
I like this character I'm making. There's so far been very rarely a character that I just make as a joke and I don't like past. And I'm very glad that that's the personality trait I have so far. Do you think?
I have to
Actually,
ask
if we
though,
wanna-
why have the explosives and the arms of a ballista? Like, it feels a little bit overkill.
You see, after I made the hand cannon, I was like, an explosion propels a projectile of this small size that far. So that means, with a larger projectile, I need more explosion. And especially if I want to have it go even further. I do not calculate things. I just go off of a whim. I've always had a panache for inventing. Then again, my parents never did teach me mathematics. I just kind of cobbled things together. And they somehow worked.
Well, if they work, I suppose.
Well, it's 30-70 so far. Most of them explode. Even the ones that had nothing explosive in them.
So, how soon before we end up colliding with this thing?
Oh no, it's far enough ahead that but you will have to stop while the rubble is cleared, and that'll take a few moments. And you do notice that there is a fairground nearby that seems to be, well, middlingly populated.
As he looks over to the, I want to make a perception roll, which I finally found my perception, and it's going to be really funny if this works the way that I hope it does. That may be of some minor concern to my traveling companion. Let's roll this thing, see if it works.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. Oh, you paying attention?
Okay.
Wow.
You're,
As he
You're rolling well.
looks over at the side, as like he puts his hands on the window of the carriage and looks out. You can see like him hiking his tail up, almost like he's a dog looking outside for the first time. It's like, oh goodness, there appears to be some kind of carnival going on outside. That'd be really appropriate for while we have the time to wait as the rubble clears from what appears to be some kind of altercation up further ahead. I have discovered, like, out of character on the side to mention to the rest of the party that my character is supposed to revolve around perception and intelligence, and one of my dump stats is wisdom.
Wisdom's not a real thing. Don't worry about it.
It's not my fault. My doors, my study did not have windows. I did not have a corner office.
I honestly think that works just because, like, you know, intelligence is because you have all the book smarts. Wisdom is because you have no world smarts. You're kind of like got that Ivory Tower vibe, right?
Exactly.
Honestly, I usually consider wisdom like experience. I have like a battle master that is -2 intelligence, but his wisdom is at least a +1. That's how I justify. That's how I justify them not being, you know, just charging in constantly, directly. That, and I like to make plans.
How about we take a little bit of time to enjoy some of the attractions at the fair? I shall take your silence as an enthusiastic agreement.
You Michael K. Palm guy?
Yeah, no, I'm totally into going out and looking at the everything. Like, yes, let's do this.
He tilts his head out to the window. He says, driver, how much longer do we have to our final destination?
It'd be a couple hours, but I don't know how long this is going to take to clear.
Well, I was more thinking distance rather than time. I assume it's going to take a while.
Yeah. It's... I don't know. 50 or so kilometers. I think...
Okay, quite a day's out. All right, so would you mind taking 5 while the debris is cleared and the like, and enjoy a drink, have a good meal, on the business account, of course.
Don't mind if I do. Thank you.
He turns back. He says, if I'm going to be using that business account, I might as well milk it for all it's worth, right? As he opens the door, takes a step out, and you just hear a very unflattering as he steps into the mud, going outside, and he goes, oh, I suppose I should have carried something a little bit more than the office dress shoes for this trip.
Yeah, I stand on the carriage and lift the things that are in the way out of the way using telekinesis.
Okay, so you're going to help them clear the road?
Yeah. As much as I can without getting my feet wet.
That's fair. Well, Flicker, you have an idea of where that bolt went?
Yes. I suppose we should check to see that we haven't taken off more than that one tent that was in its way. Hey, do you want to come in with me to investigate, Sprig?
Well, I have done my presentation already, so I wouldn't mind coming along to help with any damage control that might be necessary. It'd be good to get
thank you.
Practical,
thank you.
Some more practical testing in with the spiders.
Oh yes, sorry, Cece. Yes, my apologies.
Anyways.
Anyway, I get behind her and I start pushing her. You said she's wheelchair bound, correct?
Yes. Thank you. I suppose.
Do you want to describe your wheelchair?
Yeah, it is... It's almost an abomination of mechanical contraption.
We're off to a good
Similar
start.
to the spiders, it is possibly a little bit over-engineered. Rather than the traditional, like, 2 large wheel design, it's actually two large wheel, 2 small wheel design. It is an 8 small wheel design. And then those wheels are themselves attached together on an arm that is itself on an axis. So that, like, the wheels themselves are basically on an arm that can go up and down with suspension so that she can actually get it up and down stairs and such.
I was wondering about that.
Is it powered?
It is not powered, not like a fully powered thing anyways.
Not yet.
But she has like a mess of
You know-
of levers on the front of the armrest that control all of the various suspension mechanics.
Okay.
Flicker can help with the power part.
Yeah, so basically she just there's a pair of cranks on the sides that she can turn. And then on the front of the armrests, there's the levers that control all of the suspension.
Okay. Let's see.
I like the idea is that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I have a picture somewhere that I was using for the inspiration of it.
If you have that, I'll toss it on the screen. Ah,
There we go.
perfect. Get that up.
You see this as well?
I was going to suggest if it was like some kind of
Oh, yeah.
relatively simple chair, this would definitely be the part where he would suggest, see, spider legs on this would be great.
I did consider that, actually.
Oh, that is
The
a very
issue is that
useful-
spider legs are much more maintenance intensive for something as large as this.
Well, isn't
Yeah, that's not wrong.
well, I mean, isn't that what the smallest spiders would help you out with?
While yes, it's also just not as practical for getting through doors and such.
I suppose that is correct. I didn't consider the concept of doors.
You've never considered the concept of practicality, have you?
There's usually a chance he blasts away most doors anyway by
I
accident.
mean, the nice thing is that we're going to a place that we can reconfigure doors that maybe they'll just accommodate this.
Yeah, who's ever needed doors anyway?
I mean, not me.
Well, yeah, since you said it's unpowered, a Flicker has experimented with a couple of engines to various degrees of success. Do I need to even say what the result of most of them were?
I've experimented with engines myself as well, actually. The
Ooh,
main
what
reason that I'm
kind?
not using one currently is just because fueling it is kind of a pain, and then also dealing with the heat of an engine essentially directly behind or beneath me is also relatively unpleasant.
I suppose I can understand that on a regular or daily basis.
I've been experimenting with something else, but it's not quite fully ready yet.
Ooh, do tell while we are inexplicably walking to the destination of my ballista.
Rather than the crank wheels that I have currently for rotating the rear drive wheels, I've been looking at something akin to a flywheel that I could attach or mount that would then be the energy of which would be siphoned off by replacing these cranks with levers. So I just need to spin it up and then it'll give me enough power to get through a day.
Ooh, like one of them fancy clockwork
See?
things.
The concern, though, with a flywheel is that if the mounting is even slightly wrong or the chair is damaged in an emergency, then it could, well, explode and run off without me. So
Normally,
I'm
I would
looking for
say,
something slightly more practical to fill the same position.
normally I would suggest that an explosion is just a mere temporary detriment, but in your case, it might be a bit more of a problem.
And at this point, the two parties meet. If you'd like a prompt, I can certainly provide one, but I think that the prompt is pretty well established.
Okay. So it's at this point the party has like are within eyeshot of each other, or is it like we still like a considerable distance?
Yeah, you're within
Whichever
eyeshot of
works
each
best
other.
for
They
you.
are on the main road coming out away from the fair to assess the damage that was caused from what they heard, and you are mostly on the main road, but at this point, just with Cast working on some of the rocks and yourself beginning to meander towards the fair.
As he looks over at Cast doing the telekinesis on the rocks, Rodalak is like, "Oh, I see you've decided to volunteer your services. Well done. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Do you want me to get you anything at the fair?" As he looks towards the fair and sees the two of them approaching, and like looks at his paperwork, looks up, looks down at the paperwork, looks up again. I say, while you're doing that, he calls out, "I'm going to speak with these two over here, as they might be the people I was looking for. I really wish these resumes had portraits on them. That would have been very helpful. But I don't think headshots have gotten in vogue just yet."
I go over to help anybody getting down off of a carriage, especially anybody in a chair. Seems like the thing to do.
I think we're
What
just coming up like the sidewalk, basically.
Yep. So
Yeah, well,
he
that's fine.
walks over to CC and Flicker. Since you're coming up on the sidewalk, you hear him approaching quite audibly with of the muddy footsteps as he comes up, and as he's about to step onto the sidewalk and greet, the first step that he takes, like a little bit of like mud kind of like splorts out of the very top of his dress shoe, and he's like, hello, if I to understand that the two of you are CC and
Actually, hold on 1 second here, if I may. Hold on 1 second. Cece, what is your character's full name?
oh yeah, that would be helpful here.
Ciara Hickey.
As in
I
Sierra?
just realized.
Hickey?
Yeah, Hickey, and it's C-I-A-R-E.
Ah, Ciari. Got it. And, Flicker, what is your character's full name? It was, actually, you gave me
Flicker
that.
Pendragon.
Alright, give me 1 second here. Well, you do have two names on your list. You have Ciara Hisi and you have Felicia Penderan.
I thought it was Pendragon.
It is,
Yeah.
but your list sounds very close to it, though.
As he looks at up and he goes, so I'm looking for Ciari Hickey and a Flicker Pendragon. Flicker Pendragon. Am I understanding that those are the two of you?
That would be
Just
I,
call
and
me
that would be her.
Cece.
Cece.
Yes,
Okay,
Pendragon.
yes. Sorry, these official names on paperwork and the like can be a little bit dry and droll. It's a pleasure to meet you both. He gives a very respectful bow, akin to like a butler's bow, or if you were born within the last 10 to 15 years, one of those dabs. That's not what it actually is, but you get the idea.
No, he dabs. No, he dabs. He absolutely dabs. I'm sorry, you can't undo that now. He dabs.
Cece just awkwardly takes a pinch of her skirt on either side of her knee and emulates the curtsy.
That makes sense.
Oh, Sprig, I forgot, or my brain just skipped it. What race is your character? Just a human like
Cece is a human.
Okay.
My name is Rodalak Anustik. I am a representative from the Department of Happenstance, and I have here to my side. I'm terribly sorry. I'm rubbish with names.
Cass is standing next to him, but not paying attention.
Yeah, you see this.
No, but
You see
I
this
hear you
scholar.
say this,
Hmm?
and Cass is not paying attention.
Yeah, and with an awkward pause, he his eyes dart from him back to the rest of the party, and he is. I am accompanied by my accredited colleague here, and we have a business proposition for the two of you. I am to understand that you are both registered with the Guild of Employment, looking for some independent contract work, and I happen to be looking for a pair of experts in the technological field, and your resumes came highly venerated.
Flicker, can I get a diplomacy check from you real quick? Just something?
Yeah, let me just okay. The 20 plus, let me just check on my path builder. Plus 5, so that's 14.
This is definitely some very impressive high society scholar and their extremely imposing bodyguard.
Well,
That
you definitely seem to fit your role, sir.
Yes,
See, many of you in the Drake Court.
I assumed that you would be a person of considerable intelligence, because there aren't many dragons that are given administrative duties that would probably be up your line. I assume, based off of the Pendragon line, or am I mistaken? He looks at the paper again, making sure that he got the right name, despite the fact that they're both clearly spelled wrong.
I've made things. I've helped in construction of Castle Camelhot. But I can't say they ever trusted me with administration. Numbers were never my thing.
There's I have a proposal for a very tiny aside for a little bit of lore building, if you're okay
Please.
with it, Jade.
please.
Unbeknownst to Rodalak Anustik, when he was speaking to the Department of Happenstance, he was asked for a list of independent contractors, and for such an occasion, there is no actual record of independent contractors. What it really is a magical artifact they had gotten their hands on many a year ago from a conveniently a contracted adventurer looking to pawn off a few ill-gotten gains, of an orb that manages to randomly construct paperwork of various types, and just would produce what an independent contractor might sound like, for the sake of certain insurances of okay, this person investigated, here's their backstory and their resume and everything like that. And to avoid having to go into a considerable amount of research drumming up the paperwork for people that would be appropriate for this mission, they just auto-generated a couple of responses and handed it off to Rodalak, who accepted it without any type of scrutiny whatsoever.
It's almost like it was an intelligence that was somehow artificial.
Mm-hmm. And the people
Cuts
who
back
were
cuts
the
back to
people
Rolak,
assigned
who's
to
looking
this-
over the paperwork and says, "Well, it says here that you are a you appear to be a young adult blue dragon, but there might have been a minor discrepancy in some of the registration paperwork. I might
Yes,
need
like
to
my
file
scales.
for."
Yes, like my scales. I'm green, obviously.
Yes, also bipedal, apparently. But we'll manage to deal with that. As for
Some
you,
people are
you said-
bipedal. It's just a thing that happens.
As he says, you know, as an interesting bit of a fact, anybody that is considered to have less than 4 legs in certain dimensions is considered to be entitled for some compensatory wages. As it turns out, or so I have read. I'm sorry. I should probably focus.
Cass looks and just is staring at you.
God, I've put my character's foot in his mouth like 8 times in this conversation. Haven't
I don't mean to interrupt horribly, but I do notice that your compatriot, porter,
Yes.
bodyguard. I'm uncertain of your position. I apologize.
I step
noticed
forward,
that your
yes.
hand is bound and injured.
Yes.
Would you mind terribly if I provide a treatment? It is a prototype device, but it has proven time and again to be capable of performing mending of minor injuries.
There's like a 90% chance that this is gonna hurt me. But go ahead.
I
I
just like
wouldn't
the
say
idea. It's like this.
90%.
I like the
Oh,
idea.
She raises the spider.
I
You
like the
had a-
idea of CC being like, it is guaranteed to. Would you like to try it?
You know, it's better
No,
that
she's-
she was.
She lifts it up towards his arm and then maybe only about 65%. 64.
I say one
I
of
like
these
those
days,
odds.
there's gonna be something that cures this curse, and like, I don't think it's this, but you know,
That's what you say out loud.
In any case,
yeah.
So I'm gonna do a really quick. I'll do a D4, I guess. Odds, it's yes, and evens, it's bad.
Sure.
ooh, 4.
Evens. So she raises it up and its legs clamp around your arm and it rapidly starts swirling, wrapping steel cable around your forearm. No, bad,
kill it.
bad baby, bad spider.
Yeah, no, I kill it. I kill it real fast.
I didn't know they can. I didn't know they can make steel cables.
They don't make it, but they are filled with a spool.
You can have it, but you know, maybe
Just one, and
I'm just thinking maybe a little more R&D time.
with you, how do you kill it? What do you do to smash it?
Oh, it like lifts itself up in the air and smashes against the wall.
Just
Okay,
levitates.
so she just holds it mandible side down over your hand so that the broken flask inside drips all of the healing ointment. It does have the healing agent inside. It's the programming is the current issue.
It's the delivery method.
In any case, we would like.
It keeps mishearing somehow and deciding to perform the wrong command when told.
We were hoping to see if we could hire you for your services, as you are both accredited experts in your field.
I mean, you're better healers than about half of them I've come across anyway. So And I want to include your attempt at healing me, harming me.
As a quick aside, Vadalak, have you done any
Yes.
study on curses?
Let's do an Arcana check. How about that?
Sure.
Because technically, in my backstory, I was dealing with the library, with the occult section of the library.
Yeah, exactly. That
So let's give a roll.
seems
Roll
reasonable.
a shot. It's gonna spin for a little bit.
Funny enough,
16
Cece also has a
and-
fair amount of education
what
on
I've
this
got.
subject.
That is a 23.
Nice.
Oh, sorry, occultism. Sorry, occultism. Right? Is it Arcana or occultism?
Either one, whichever you feel like you can justify. That
It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. They're both 7.
okay.
I got a 23.
But actually, that is something I wanted to bring up. In general, if I'm asking for a check, if you can justify a different check, or if you can justify what you would use for it, by all means, tell me. Yeah. So in this one, I had said Arcana, but as soon as you mentioned, like, yeah, occultism, absolutely. If you want to use that check instead, feel free. Yeah. And this is like a general thing is for me as a GM in going forward is like, you know, if I say, hey, give me a nature check, and you say, can I use medicine? And there's a decent chance that I will nod my head and say, okay, maybe a little bit harder, but you can use your knowledge of medicine for that. This is just a general statement, you know, about me as GM.
But
But-
honestly, the main reason why I took the medicine skill over anything else is almost purely because my character. Well, I mean, you've met my character. He has to learn how to deal with the ouchies.
And Cece, can you give me that same check, Arcana or occultism,
Sure.
or whatever else you feel like would be appropriate for that?
It's +7 as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I only rolled a 4, so it's an 11.
Okay. Both of your ears perk up, though. One with a lot more curiosity for Roderick. You heard the mention of an uncured curse the cast mentioned. They mentioned it in passing, but your ears perk up at that. Less so for you, Cece. But if you would like to make to make a note of that for later on, that might be something that could catch your interest. That's all. I just wanted to drop that seed for later.
I think at this point, Flicker would ask about this opportunity. So, but how did you describe it? Was it opportunity or was it to join some? I forgot how you described it. Kennedy, Magus.
Oh, how I described which?
Like that you're looking for the two experts of us. Did you say for why yet?
No, I had not gotten into why.
Oh, okay, because yeah, I'm just waiting for that to say the next thing that I plan on saying.
Have you gotten into the Y for cast yet?
No, I haven't gotten into the why either.
Okay.
So, you'll probably... Oh, shoot, I just kicked my cat. I'm so sorry.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no!
No, that's... Mm-mm.
She's fine. She's fine. She's fine.
D&D requires sacrifice. She will be remembered.
No.
So, do I need to get into, like, a very specific thing, Jade, or am I able to be a little bit more vague as we try to figure things out? Because I don't want to, like, undercut, like, whatever ideas you've got in mind for what our journey is going to be.
So, whatever you do now is going to be the event. I had sort of had a framework for this, but I'm really tossed out. My campaign really starts after whatever this thing is. So whatever campaign that you have, whatever inciting incident that you have, is going to be done similar to this. Very freeform, very loose, very improv heavy, as your first getting it together thing. Then after that is when my campaign will properly start with getting you the letter that I had alluded to in the pitch. But that's perfect. That if you didn't do that, I was going to say that you had gotten together and had to fight a manticore for some reason, and we do try to backfill that path. But you already having a integrated inciting incident is perfect.
I'm going to run on a stream of consciousness on this one, so bear with me if this comes off as complete, like, mouth-frothing insanity.
All the better.
Here we go.
What do you think we've been doing so far?
All right, so I have a bit... I come representing the Department of Happenstance, and we are opening up an agency for field work. Normally, what usually happens is that strange arcanic anomalies and phenomenons and ne'er-do-wells are usually reported to us, and we log them and make sure to give a proper breakdown of what can be done to prevent such things in the future. I have a assignment that would require people with arcana expertise, as well as people with expertise in the mechano-arcane. That's where you all come in. If you would like to assist, I have here the briefing for the assignment. We can step into my office carriage, and I can go into further detail.
Ooh, mobile office.
You would be offered compensatory wages, as well as a severance gift basket of various fruits and charcuterie when the assignment is completed. As per discussed in the nature of the contract.
Like Flicker perks up. Not necessarily at the gift basket part, but more as what is. Are there perhaps any evildoers in this contract that I can help with assisting with removal? Well, what are words? What are sentence structures?
Where's our
That's an excellent question. I would require you to sign your non-disclosure agreement before we step into the carriage.
I say, if you're thinking that there might be an opportunity for violence, yes.
Oh, I'm not in it for the violence. See, in order to get to be one of the knights, you not only have to do years of very tedious acquiring, but also you have to do deeds of glory and heroism to prove your spot.
I lose interest when you say that you're not interested in the violence.
Well,
I'm not terribly fond of violence, personally.
Well, don't worry.
You don't have to be fond of violence. You have to be you just have to do it.
Well, a cast may have presented our offer a tad erroneously. This is a purely academic interaction. We are going to go in.
I step out of the carriage.
But that doesn't mean that we're not going to. Oh dear, I believe he's left. You already signed the paperwork.
Yeah, I'm signed up for the thing. You don't have to worry about me. You're good.
Don't you want to at least know the specifics of what we're going to be doing?
I know what I'm up to. You sign up for whatever you're doing. I'm good.
Okay, so here is the rundown of what I like to call the curiosity at Shadow Manor. I like giving little tiny names for these in case of for paperwork later down the road. So this, as he presents a picture of an old human with a absolutely massive white handlebar mustache and kind of like curling white hair that's actually like gripping to the top to his top hat as if it was clinging onto his head for dear life. to try and keep it from falling off. This is Baron Hamperfordshire. Baron Hamperfordshire is a gentleman that had spoken to himself to have been born in the wrong body. Specifically, he believed that he was an elf, but was born with a human persuasion. So he had hired some of the best arcane experts in the world to try and devise an elfivization mechanic. Specifically, that he was not interested in some of the cosmetic aspects of elf life, but more the longevity of their life. Essentially, he wanted to live the length of an elf because he believed that he was born in he was an elf trapped in a human body.
I'm not sure if HRT covers that.
Efficacy aside, they demand the arcane experts had managed to devise a sort of thread extender. Think of it like we all live across in a tapestry, and that is existence, and each of our threads come from a beginning to an end. This one takes a thread and staples it into a loop so that it seems like it goes on forever and exists as a sort of legal loophole for it to be technically elven until it eventually breaks apart again. As far as I've read in the device. However, we received a letter of complaint from Baron Hamperfordshire, and it says as follows, as he pulls out the paper. Please shut off this crazy thing. I have died 600 times in the last month. So apparently he's accidentally liched himself. And his device has effectively become a form of phylactery. The problem is that the rate of expiration seems to be so considerably emphasized that I believe he how do I put this delicately? I believe he's been dying too much to actually appreciate his lichdom. Because the device apparently brings him to life, and then he dies of old age, and then comes back, and then dies of old age because he's still elf age in a human body.
Take it from someone who's very accident prone, and I will be the first to admit this. But I'm pretty sure that any kind of accident, especially one as major as getting yourself accidentally liched, is far from good.
The Department of Happenstance had initially written this off as a state of caveat emptor, but upon further investigation, some other liches might be... Caveat emptor. Buyer beware. You're not laughing. Okay.
I love
the department had written it off as a buyer beware. But then we were informed that there are a couple of other wizards, arcane experts, and otherwise that would like to capitalize on this device, and not the least of which may possibly be another low-level lich that might be looking into trying to expand his phylactery. And we want to make sure that we've disabled this thing and appropriately buried it before they catch wind of it.
I can shoot it into the void.
That would be a direction to go. I'm also looking into possibly seeing if we could mitigate some of the other technical, magical, arcane anomalies that might be popping up in the area as well. But don't worry about that. You're all accredited experts of your field. I can assume that once we get to the field and assess what's going on, we can do what needs to be done by sending a letter back to the Department of Happenstance, and they will tell us what to do next. So all we're doing is going in, assessing how bad the problem is, and then delivering an estimate to Baron Hamperfordshire.
Well, it's no hunting down
on defeating someone like Count Gregory on Russeldor of oppressor of the poor and weak per excellence. But Dragon Code says if someone needs help, I am obliged to help.
So this is officially just a recon mission?
More like an insurance assessment. But yes, there is no guarantee that there might not be anomalies that have cropped up during our time with Sir Baron Hampshire. Considering that the device had a number of worrying ingredients, some of which were, as he looks over his paperwork really briefly, some of which are in Infernal, which I'm well versed in Draconic and Dwarven and Celestial, but Infernal's a little bit of a mystery on my part.
Ooh. I've heard of infernal machines. They are fairly interesting, if quite dangerous.
Yes, but with luck, we will not need to go into a considerable amount of danger. We're going in, taking a look, and we will send a report to the Department of Happenstance and see where we go from there. I think that's fine.
Sprig. You didn't finish up what languages you speak. Would you like to take an Infernal? Because it would be plot interesting.
I honestly don't even know which languages I get to speak.
I believe
it's just not on the Path Builder thing anywhere that I could see.
Yeah, I think I had the same issue with Path Builder. I don't think it allowed me to automatically select languages.
I remember languages being really difficult.
Then we have some options. If we want, if anybody wants to say that you have an Infernal, then you can have it. Just as a matter of course, as that might be plot relevant. And if that doesn't fit your character, no worries. We can just go forward. I just wanted to offer that.
Doesn't work for me, so I'm gonna say I definitely don't.
Fine, you. Honestly, it was yet again the little details about a character reveal quite a lot. If I were to give Flicker knowledge in Infernal, what sort of things has he been looking up?
Has he been doing research on Infernal machines, perhaps?
There are any number of ways you could find it.
Yeah.
You know what? I probably would have I don't know how you gain languages in it, as in how many I can have. I have plus 4 in intelligence. I'm not sure how many languages would there be extra.
I mean, right now we're more interested in making the characters interesting. I'm not worried about making sure the mechanics are flawless.
Yeah.
So
I guess I'm very mechanic brained in that sense, I guess. Yeah, you know what? If Infernal machines, if machines are something that's pretty big in Infernal, you know what? I think he might have looked up some. Yeah, let's just go with that. Let's say there's some Infernal language studies back in Castle Camelot.
Mm-hmm.
And
all right.
Some books. Yeah. Well, let's go with that.
Well, Rodalock just said that they don't speak in Infernal and could use that skill. Right?
I like the idea that you have a soft-spoken character like this. Hey, my name's Flicker. As he suddenly reads Infernal. I have no idea how Infernal sounds, but that was just a very rough sound is what I thought of when I thought of it.
Mm-hmm. And just for the record, your languages come from your ancestry, technically, in Pathfinder.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. But characterization and story is more important, right?
Okay.
Mhm.
And this is interesting, and therefore, interesting is more important.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know the full lore. Otherwise, I probably would have done like a little bit more. But you know what, Infernal. If Infernal has a lot of like machine-related things, then yeah, he probably would.
Yeah, infernal machines are definitely a thing that exists in this setting.
Also, as a goody two shoes, he justifies it as well by, well, now I know how to fight them. Should we ever be under siege by them? There we go.
All right. So yes, Rodelac mentioned needing somebody who speaks in Infernal, and well, that appears to be a language we've decided that you speak. Would you like to mention that?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was
Yeah, go
a
for
bit
it.
lost where we were in like the flow of the conversation.
Yeah, I kind of broke the flow there to get that out.
Oh, I actually speak of some Infernal.
Oh, good. I've got a list of some of the things here. As he presents the list of like some of the other ingredients. There's a lot of worrying things on here. There's like some demon blood. There's mention of a heart. There is
So
it's entirely
Whatever the
possible
most
that-
worrying thing is that you put on there, I reach my head in and say, "Don't worry about that one."
It's one of those kind of things that like based on this, it's entirely possible that Sir Baron Hamptonshire had hired a bunch of people to and they pulled a fast one on him and just made a phylactery and left it at that.
So Flicker's like reading through that list, and he's like, you can see his like he's nodding, like
There's a number of like upsetting things that could probably be summoned with some of these ingredients,
He
depending on.
just doesn't
what
like
happens.
squishy. He's not a fan of squishy parts.
Look,
To be quite frank.
honestly, the squishy parts, mostly we have that covered.
Yeah. So he then started like after he's made those faces, like after he's read through it. Okay. Well, I'm not a fully fledged physician, but pretty sure this word translates to demon heart. Demon blood's easy enough to extract, I suppose. Just fight a demon.
He quickly grabs the paper and is like, "Demon hearts."
Yeah, yes, right here. He points.
It's fine. It's fine.
I mean, this is good. I mean,
I'm
this
sure-
is good. This is good for me. I get points towards knighthood.
I'm sure that it was just for inventory purposes, that they didn't actually use
Look,
demon parts for the ritual. for
I
this.
poked my head back into the carriage. Look, it's fine. We'll get them. Just what do we need to do?
Like I said, we just need to go in and assess, and then we figure out where to go from there.
All right. Demon parts, whatever.
Demon parts, whatever.
Sadly, I do not know of any places where we can just purchase them in the Dragonlands.
No, we can't purchase them. We have to collect them the normal way.
I went to the university at one point, and I can't say that I can recall ever hearing that demon parts were legal to trade in or use in sale. So, what?
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, like, you're worried that this is not a legal arrangement.
No, I'm just saying that this is an incredibly strange thing to need to be dealing with when there's already laws in place to prevent this exact issue from occurring.
Sure, yeah, but also we can get paid if we do this.
And I'm
Well,
not opposed to that.
All right, so let's go.
I'm just asking the question at why a ministry of any sort would be, delivering demon parts to an individual.
Generally, because they want demon parts or money for the demon parts.
I'm just in it to slay evil, corrupt demons.
Yeah, like I'm in it to get away from where I've been. Like these people are horrifying monsters. You can't imagine.
Well, should they ever come here? Well, you can bet I'll help in protecting you.
Let's do that.
Dragon Knight honor.
Thank you for Dragon Knight honor. I'm appreciative of Dragon Knight honor.
Well,
I
I'm not a
don't-
knight
I can't-
yet. I'm still a squire, but same principle. Also, sorry, Sprig.
It's okay. My old training won't be much help there, but I can at least take a look and see if there's anything that we can do regarding the magic of the situation.
Actually, Sprig, I'd like for you to give me an occultism.
Okay? And it's a 13.
Okay. Let me see here. There are imps. And imps are, you remember from your studies, are technically considered demons. But they don't have to be summoned as they do live naturally in this world. You'd have to hunt for some down, but you do remember that from some of your class.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure where you could find them, but that might pose a suitable alternative to, summoning an archdemon.
Yeah.
Also, thank you, Logan, for the tip on the details tab on Path Builder.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
And this is why I kind of wanted today to be mostly freeform as opposed to getting into a whole lot of crunch, It's
I
may have inadvertently put us down on a path of we're dealing with weird time anomaly things, or we're fighting a lich, or we're fighting a half lich that is just stuck on life support, or more like death support, if anything.
I mean, my perspective is, as long as we're getting off this continent, cool.
My perspective is earn glory to become Knight of the Square Table, and that's the main thing here.
The square table.
I think you'll enjoy the charm of the show. I will link it to you in the aftermath.
On that note, we have been going for 2 hours. Did people want to take a quick break, and how long did people plan or hope to go today?
Honestly, I can keep going. Usually, so long as I'm having fun and chatting with people, I can keep going for quite a while on reserve hour.
I can still go for about 3 hours after my time slot.
Yeah, I don't have a limit.
I will use the break though to try and get my model import done.
Okay.
I'll try doing it in like a private.
Yeah, I'm okay with taking a break if you guys want to.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was expecting Yeah, I was expecting 3 to 4 hours, but we can manage it however we feel. Whenever we fit a good plot break, after we finish this mini quest, which will be kind of where you guys learn to like each other, I guess. Then we'll begin integrating the then the campaign will begin. This is effectively all session 0 stuff, right? This is how the party met, how you got together, and most importantly, how you learn to trust each other. Because especially if you're doing a pickup game, if you're doing a public game, that's what's usually missing, right? That's where most D&D horror stories come from, is someone passing notes behind the table, or someone not actually having compassion for another party member, or simply the players not having enough information about each other to really make interesting conversation. That's why I wanted to integrate the backgrounds together. And we're keeping it very freeform, right? This is all going to be narrative until we actually begin my plot, which is, where the game starts. But this is also very important for,
I have one paid D&D game that I am I'm not paying. I do maps and art and all sorts of various bits and bobs for the GM as payment. And while I like the general party and all the people that came in, we have fun, but not gonna lie, it does get kind of annoying a little bit to have to have a new party member, or if someone has to drop out near the end of the campaign. Actually, we've had a person drop out of the campaign 1 or 2 sessions just before they were about to get their main quest item, and it was a little bit disappointing.
Alright, 5-10 minute break.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
sure.
Yeah. I'll still be talking to cover space, but that's just.
All right, I will be right back then.
How are you guys enjoying this so far?
Oh, I'm having fun. I gotta admit, I'm not gonna lie, I do like shamelessly using these names because a lot of these names are very fun for me from that show.
Fair enough.
I mean, Camel Hot is a bit too simple, but whatever. This stuff isn't gonna matter once we get to the continent.
And that's really the backbone of this, is that this is all, this world can be whatever you want it to be, because my campaign starts when you go to the new world, and that's when it's going to be.
Oh, I actually
relevant.
saw a really nice cooperative world building game where but you literally make the whole world. You make the factions, you make the countries or whatever. I think it's called Imperium Mappa or Mappa Imperium.
I think I've heard of that.
It's something you essentially I haven't tried it yet, but you can pretty much. I mean, it's pretty much just a rule set. You literally all you need for it is someone to just draw. That's it. Rough shapes and everything. All you need is the rules and something to draw with. Oh my god, the face! Oh my god! Oh no, it went away. I was about to screenshot it, but the way it looked on the stream, it just looked like you checked out mentally, and the internet dial-up sound started playing in my head.
Yeah, that tracks.
So
It was
I mean,
perfect.
those sounds definitely started playing in my head, so
What was
you're
that,
not
Spig?
wrong.
just really quickly for a little thing is that we don't have access to import objects.
Oh, I didn't promote you after you reconnected.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, you had access before, and then you reconnected, and then I needed to be promoted as well. Yo, it worked! Nice! Should I take the druid off then?
Well, I was just gonna use the base to scale it up to the same size,
Oh, yeah.
approximately.
That makes sense.
There you go.
Oh, that's your Hero Forge.
Okay.
Nice.
The chair isn't
So the
as
chair
fancy.
isn't the same as the picture, but it's a much closer representation of the
Yeah, for
character.
sure.
I mean, the chair I can imagine. The character I needed some help with.
Uh,
Yeah.
it's annoying. It's annoying. I genuinely wish to be able to be better at least prop modeling, so I can, because I like Hero Forge. It's a very good platform, but my God, it still feels kind of limited in certain areas.
Yeah. But like, for the long term of a campaign, throwing $8 at making a model for your character is pretty good.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'll see. I'll see if I can actually make something that I like. Honestly, as much as it really annoys me that the only like. Now I'm going to be very clear here. I'm saying this from an aesthetic standpoint more than anything, but I really do hate that the only kind of like draconic feet and everything that you can get are just like the digigrade rather than like the flat ones like here,
Yeah, yeah.
like on this model here. Like that does definitely bother me. Yes. Honestly, I was thinking if this goes on long enough, I do know of a tutorial that allows for some animating of the 3D models in here. So if this becomes more of a long-term thing, I don't mind investing some time into seeing how I can potentially do something like that.
That'd be pretty cool.
Also, I usually take stuff like this as an opportunity to model. Having a project like this helps me, give me reason to like do even like a shitty model
Inspiration.
potentially. Yeah, because it's like and Kennedy can attest to this. I went way too far out of my way to do stuff for the campaign, and honestly, I'm not sure if this is the right word for it, but I was very insistent on like, hey, if you need a map for something, just ask. Like I was willing to make a map for literally any small occasion that he needed. Not to mention I did a lot of doodles, a lot of art of the characters. I did it was a supervillain campaign. I did a lot of like comic book style covers for major story beats after major story beats. I still gotta finish at least one or two more covers, I think. But I even made literally 3 or 4 animatics for that
Awesome.
campaign, which I think I still need to show them to you, Jade. I wanted to
I'd be
show you,
delighted.
but
Yeah.
That sounds awesome.
like it's almost embarrassing how much time I put into it, but
Aw.
I loved it. What's funny is that like the last animatic I did like a year or two like after the campaign concluded for like an event that happened like let's see, what was it? Oh yeah, like in year 1, year 2 when the campaign started.
But like it mattered to you. That's what matters.
Yeah. It was also the fact that it was already a significant chunk of it was already done, and I was like,
Yeah.
I want to finish this. I am not gonna let this go. Even if no one's gonna see this, I want it for my own satisfaction.
Good. That's a good way to do things.
Plus,
I
the
will
nice thing about it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I do have several maps set up, but I intentionally didn't do anything for this because I didn't know what form this was going to take. This part of it. So I have like several maps prepared for when we get to them. You know, for when the campaign starts, basically.
Honestly, I was considering maybe doing like a small fair setup that you can just maybe drag in, because that was like part of the plan. But like said, unfortunately, I have been very obsessively playing that one game, and I think I've finally gotten to the breaking point with it where I just want to stop it and I can actually focus on other things.
Actually, as long as we have a break, do you want to see one of the maps?
Oh sure, always.
Sure.
All right. Well, let me just first for the audience, the plot hook of this is that a new world is found across the ocean. In the entire center of the ocean, there's a giant anti-magic cloud that has blocked all scrying or teleportation attempts. The scholars call it a nebula rift, but the sailors say it's just a big, shimmering pink fog bank. For most of history, it was assumed there was nothing beyond the sea, since scrying showed nothing, but one adventurer decided to try to find their way past it, and stumbled into a new continent full of opportunity. A homesteading effort was begun, setting up a small town along the coast. They made a friendly trade with the native Gripply, and sent back strange and unique trade goods. Unfortunately, they're in need of adventurers. The elven magnates that have been funding the expedition have sent out a handful of invites for adventure-pairing parties. Your party has received one of these invitations to go to a new land and begin being tasked with the helping in the basic adventuring necessary to keep the people and trade safe. Well, words like that would only be written by an elf, and you can already see the secrets hidden in between the words. And that message will be received basically after we figure out this one section here with this little side quest, if you will. Because, frankly, that's interesting. And I want you guys to be a unit. But just so that you can see it a bit early, this is the Hyacinth. Okay, it'll take you a moment to load.
Oh no. It's loading a lot of the
It's
images
watery.
and stuff from Google Docs for me. Okay, it looks like most of everything worked.
Most of it loaded. I'm seeing a bunch of squares, but it could just be still loading.
Yeah, it says like dust clouds, so I assume that's like water particles.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
this you're
Those
probably
ones aren't
using it
working, but
for
everything
yeah.
else is working.
Oh,
Also,
okay,
this
okay.
is a nice boat model. Ooh, with a lower deck. Ooh.
Yep, it does have a mid-deck and a lower deck.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
And then on the right, there's also a gun deck in between, which has like the mess hall and things like that. It's just not on this model here. But yes, so
Ooh, and a fancy office on top of it.
yep,
Ooh.
captain's quarters.
Mhm.
And then on the bottom, there we go.
Ooh.
Berths and some cargo goods would be intended to be in here. I couldn't add cargo goods in here after the fact because the boxes exploded when I added the rest of the ships back together.
If you like this kind of map and you haven't played Divinity
Okay, I'm
Original
back.
Sin 2,
Oh, I played it. It's
play that.
and of course I immediately played as like, are they lizards or are they dragons? I keep forgetting. I think they're dragons.
Lizards.
They're
What
lizards,
happened
yeah.
here?
Well,
I-
I still kind of. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just for responding to Kennedy. I was just it's going away. I was just giving you a bit of a preview of one of the maps that's going to be used in the future. Well,
Oh,
this
that's
is going.
cool.
This is going
You
to be.
can just pick
Why is it?
pick
Why
that
did
ship up and move
Oh,
it.
no! Oh, no,
somebody
the boat
unlock
too.
that? And I kind of wish they hadn't.
I didn't, but I did pick
There we
it up.
Yeah, and then it has the separate decks, and I put the gun deck over here, so it's a separate
That's
area.
really cool.
But
This
yeah,
is why-
what it's saying.
This
Oh,
is why I
there-
wanted to use Tabletop Simulator. Like this right here is like this type of map building is engaging to my mind in a way that Roll20 sometimes isn't. And as
No, I
both
get it.
as a player and a DM, this just helps me process the battlefield and not well if it is a battlefield or just the environment. And it's fun to make for me.
As
There is.
as a map maker, this just really works for my brain too. Even though the only problem is I can't make a map quite as quick. Though God knows, Tabletop Sim has made me really hate doing interiors because in order to do an interior, I actually need to literally make a model for it. Funnily enough, I've done a model of a museum and so like floors and stuff for like, for like an encounter. But I love the fact that something that I put in as a joke actually might turn out to be true, which is I put in like, so the setting is in like Egypt, so I put in the government, and it's like the 18th century, but it's with magic, etc. And I put in as a joke, a government funded like, did the Mayans literally copy us? It's and then my GM like not too long ago sent me like an article that is essentially that.
Nice.
I lost it. I fucking lost it when I heard that. Because it's like, I completely put that as a joke. There's no way these cultures can do it. And it's kind of propaganda by the government. But no, I guess not.
Yeah, I just wanted to. We'll go back to the neutral one because I didn't have anything prepared for this section because, well, for the opening part, it was entirely freeform, right? But I don't know. I had no idea what's going to happen. But eventually, this will be the ship that you will sail on, and I just wanted to.
Best boat.
I just wanted.
Also, the nice thing about tabletop sim is that for a lot of things, I don't need to make like a unique model or anything. There's already probably something, but it's in some like obscure board game that you don't know the name of. Like, no kidding. I found like because I'm like I know that my other TTS GM is like busy and everything, but I found so many like extra like Egypt themed things that I like just immediately send over to him, and it's like this thing's got an entire necropolis. How did you miss this? But then again, maybe Gary's mod has just conditioned me to be a Steam Workshop dumpster diver. Ah yes, rain.
Yeah, it just started raining from the left to the right.
Oh,
Yeah.
Also what I wanted to say earlier about Divinity Original Sin. My character was a female lizard because I honestly love that they are tall and lanky, and that looks cute to me. But for some reason, one of my favorite little moments that still hangs around in my head, mostly because of like how unexpected of an option it was the fact that it's like a very early quest. It's like in the first town, and you help out a child, I think, and you have the choice to console it, and one of them is a hug. And of course I went for that, and I am so sad there's like no animation or anything because I just like the image of the tall lanky lizard character being like very gentle with the child and hugging her.
I've actually seen fan art of that scene, and it's very wholesome. I'll try
Oh,
to
really?
find it to you after the session. Yeah.
Oh, nice. I've actually been thinking of drawing it, but I completely forgot. I hope I got a screenshot or something left over. Well, actually, I probably didn't. I should just replay that game.
It's a great
Those
game.
games are.
It's an incredible game.
Also, the talking boat is just like a cherry on top.
Yeah,
That's funny.
Also, I
the
recently
whole,
just
the whole thing is incredible. Like
It is one of the best games of all time, I do think, and in no small part because it's one of the only RPGs that is designed from the non-MMO RPGs that is designed from the ground up to be co-op. Like, instead of just having another player be another, take over someone else in the party, it's designed to actually spark genuine communications both in character and out of character between people. And like, that's what Divinity excels at, in my opinion, is the ability to connect two
Still
people
need to
together.
play the second one.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so where are we going from here? Are we back, or do we need a little more time?
I'm good.
I'm good.
I just want to quickly.
I'm good too.
I just want to quickly share like a clip from Baldur's Gate 3. I couldn't resist, so I just got the game early, and it turned out I thought I was told that it was like done, but apparently the early access version isn't done. It's still like ends at a certain point,
It's the first chapter.
which was
It's just the first chapter.
it's expanded quite a bit. It goes. I think it still counts as the first chapter, but it'll get you all the way into the Underdark and up to like a certain point. But that was still a solid amount of time, and I was like, oh my god. Well, at the very least, replaying this is gonna be faster. And I also heard that they're gonna have Dragonborn, hopefully.
Oh, nice.
Right. But anyway, here's two clips of situations that I ran into. Oh,
I-
come on.
I don't
no.
know if he's going to be able to watch them right now while we're streaming.
No.
Oh well, okay. I'll send it. I'll try and send them in like afterwards. But
Yeah, they'll be available on the Discord after, but yeah,
Mm.
yeah,
I'm not gonna
Yeah,
play someone else's
I
content
just-
on my stream.
I gotta find it.
There
Yeah,
was
I just thought we were like
also
still on the. Yeah. But anyway,
Just
Larry and
Sorry,
I'm
go ahead,
sorry.
Sprig.
There was also another thing, because it was like almost 10 minutes ago now, everyone talking about why they preferred tabletop sim to other virtual tabletops. There is another one that's in development right now called Dungeon Full Dive.
Ooh.
That's basically
Dungeon-
tabletop sim, but built fully for playing tabletop role-playing games.
That sounds nice. Because tabletop sim does have
And
limitations.
it has compatibility to put you into the view perspective of your characters too.
Ooh, nice.
kind of nice.
And has VR support.
Yo,
Oh, I think I might. Yo, okay, yeah, I think I might have actually seen this before. However, I think what I do think that one of the things that's going to be very important is how moddable it might be. If it's on the level and easy importing at like tabletop sim, then it'll be great. Because that's my ultimate problem. If you are limiting your platform like this to like one thing, it'll be a nightmare. Because one thing that's nice about tabletop sim is, like I said before, you can have completely unrelated board games have like assets that are just like, oh my god, that's perfect.
Yeah, that
that's,
just works,
that's
exactly.
what we needed. But with this thing being made like specifically for tabletop, it might look a lot nicer. And that first person thing, like, I don't have VR. I kind of wish I would for stuff like this, but that first person thing still sounds pretty good, even though you could get pretty close in here.
They also have like a built-in character creator tool too.
Ooh, that would be nice. That is what my biggest complaint. That's one of my only real complaints with Tabletop Simulator is that it doesn't really have the automation for your character stuff that is available in Roll20. But at any rate,
you have to use externals, yeah.
But at any rate, let us return to this part of the narrative. You've all agreed to go along on this wild carriage ride, and did you want to? Well, where do you want to pick up? Do you want to pick up with some roleplay in the carriage, or do you want to arrive at this manor?
I'll be honest. I think some potentially awkward small talk in the carriage sounds like it'll be hilarious.
All right.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Then I will step back and allow that to occur. And yeah, by all means, you are all crowded into a carriage. There's not a whole lot of space, but before we really go into that, how much stuff do each of you bring? This is your carriage, Magus, so you know you have your stuff in there already.
Yeah, a lot of it's just like I've got my traveling pack and the like. I've got a basic adventurer's kit. Let me actually check my inventory real quick because I think I have that written down somewhere.
So,
Nope.
so
Thought I had that all written out, but oh no, here it is: backpack, bedroll, chalk, flint, rope, rations, torch, water skin.
Okay.
yeah, I
Started
might need to solicit your attention a little bit for my gears and stuff.
Oh yes, he pulls out for a second. He says, "Oh, in case things manage to get rather intense, he starts going into his like suitcase to pull out some equipment, and he has what appears to be a rather menacing looking pen. It's like just in case things get a little bit hairy in there, I will be ready to defend myself. Oh, I also have this thing. As he pulls out a what does this thing look like? Just need to make sure I'm. He pulls out what appears to be a hand scythe of some kind.
Ooh.
It's like a stick with a small claw, small scythe claw at the very end of it, as well as like a small parrying dagger, like a main gauche.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I don't think we'll need something this intense, but I've got the pen.
Everyone here knows what a main gauche is.
I do not.
That's actually one of my preferred weapons for offhand for stage combat. That was actually my most common role, was using rapier dagger and some sort of main gauche in offhand.
Oh,
It's a left-hand dagger.
Okay. Okay, it's a fancy dagger. Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, when you said menacing-looking pen, all my memories just immediately went into Buzz Lightyear of Star Command, where he goes paranoid about a pen, and then it turns out that it was a pen-like triggering device for the super death ray. That show. Why does Disney love hate things that are objectively good?
It's just about making money.
They could have made a lot more money with something that's already established a lot easier.
Sure, possibly, but like this is what they chose to do. So.
Anyway, in any case, Zerg and that show rocks. Anyway, back to the awkward small talk section. Actually, I wanted to suggest something just before we get on the carriage. So, okay. Okay. Just let me pack up my food processor, and like we see, like he points behind him, and just as he said that, like a butterfly lands on it, and it literally just collapses into pieces.
Nice.
Okay, it's done.
From the inside
my
of the
character
machine.
is eating a carrot that like has been lightly dusted off.
But yeah.
As the food processor clatters apart, 3 more fire crystals that were apparently in the cogs somewhere just kind of clutter out.
We should probably go now. You know, I was actually planning this the whole time, and to suggest to have the thing fall apart, and to suggest that I forgot. Oh yeah, the one that we pulled out kept the whole thing together.
Nice.
He's gonna kill us all, you know. You know that, right?
Sprig, what do you pack?
Well, she went for the fair, so she's definitely got her toolkit for emergency repairs and a bunch of spare parts for her spiders.
Mm-hmm. And you're taking all the spiders with? How many spiders do you have? How many spiders do you keep?
I feel like normally she'd only have like 2, but because she was there for the fair today and like showing them off, she's probably got like 8 or 10.
That makes sense.
And each one is like approximately the size of a purse dog.
Do they fold up or do they just...
I imagine like their legs can fold up and interlock so that they make themselves somewhat smaller, but like their body, because it's built around like a medical flask, basically can't get much more compacted.
That makes sense.
Mm.
Ooh, you can probably store one on store at least one in the back of your chair.
So that was what I was thinking. She's actually got her toolbox most of the time. She's got
Nice.
her toolbox and a bunch of spare parts and stuff in basically it's like a detachable back case on the back of the wheelchair. And she
Nice.
just pulls one of her levers and it clunk drops down and swings out on an arm where she can reach it.
Oh, I like that. All right. I just wanted to cover that because I thought it'd be interesting. Feel free to go into freeform and. Yeah.
I just wanted to suggest the thing that he like. If you look at the art for Flickr, you can see that he has something on his back that is essentially like his toolbox and the general like quick fix and lots of spare parts box that's around his back. He has a lot of also additional tools on like the thing around it on the bandolier. I'm not sure how into detail I have to be, but the pouch on the side right there is pretty much the ammo pouch for the cannon. Mostly small and bigger ball bearings to put in.
Mm-hmm.
He also has like a small since he traveled like I'm guessing it's like a day or two travel from where he is to this fair. So he has like a small, at the very least, rope and sleeping bag. Like I said, I definitely have to go down a list and see like if they offer like any interesting items that might be appropriate to the character.
And anything that's particularly interesting, we can work with.
Yeah, but for now, like that's the general equipment that's on him.
Mm-hmm. Well, the carriage is quick and will arrive in 90 minutes or so. But if you want to do some freeform role playing as you arrive, well, you can feel free.
So how is it? How is administration like? I've never quite experienced work in an office like that. Mostly workshops, stables, and the deliveries, and building to some extent.
Well, my role at the office is not exactly administrative. I'm by trade a librarian. I'm usually the one that handles the research for some of the more deeper investigations for the happenstances that we're in charge of. The administration comes down to me, gives me a couple of things that they need answers to, and I answer those questions. I'm very good with the Dewey Decimal System and analyzing some academic scripture and the like. I've dabbled a little bit in magic once or twice, but no, I would say that the Department of Happenstance is very rather disconnected from the rest of the world in terms of some of the more adventurous aspects of things. But we get our hands a little dirty once in a while, you know. Quite like now.
More like your own shoes, I would say.
Yes, I kind of a bit of an oversight on my part. I didn't think that we would actually be getting into the boonies quite so soon. But what about the rest of you? I would love to get to know a little bit more about what it is that you're hoping to do normally. Like, what got you into the self-employed aspect of the world?
Well, I actually, if somebody else wants to go first. No?
Sounds like a no.
There was a time, a long time ago, I had originally wanted to become an Archmagus. My family works in construction and has worked a lot of long hours on very difficult days. Well, my father is a bricklayer and my mother was a cabinet maker. And I thought that if I could come up with spells that I could make that were simple enough for most people to learn to make their lives easier, then it could come to be, it could come to help many lives. Things didn't quite work out as I had planned, and she kind of like knocks on the armrest of her chair. And I I chose to redirect my efforts to invention and machines. In hindsight, the machines are probably the smarter decision anyways.
Oh yes, magic can be terribly unpredictable sometimes, says the guy with that's more danger than the most wild magic out there. Well, that is a noble goal. One definitely worthy of one that would. Fuck! I really hate when my brain skips on words. That would make any knight of the square table proud. Out. Every knight has to answer the call to help others. I also feel like I keep switching my voice, and I really hate that. As for my pursuits, well, I'm not here exactly because I want to be out here. Yeah, even though I do, but I started off as a lowly squire. I always loved, just adored, or building things, but I also liked the idea of helping people. Oh, so, and who are more in need of help than the poor and oppressed? And the Dragon Knights of Camelot are some of the most renowned fighters for do-goodery out there. So I wish to join their ranks. So thankfully they do not require the outdated noble system, but they look for spunk. Or in my case, they are looking for someone to help them get on there. After a few years of serving, I decided it felt like it wasn't really going anywhere. So I decided to try and become a knight the old-fashioned way, by doing good deeds and earning my name in good fortune by helping others. Unfortunately, I quite never managed to succeed in the physical trials. I'm fairly fast, but fortunately, my brain has always been my strong suit, which is why I invented this. As he does the same thing as he did to you, but to you too, and points like the hand cannon at both of you, just like giving you up close look. I call this the hand cannon. And it is a miniature cannon mounted to your hand, as you can see. I swing it from.
And you just pointed it at us.
It's pretty much with the same energy. If the reference, I'm not sure if the reference is lost on you, but when Dexter from Dexter's lab goes, "Hey Diddy, look at my new laser gun!" Like it's kind of the same energy, but more jovial and less mad.
You're just really excited and you want to show off your new toy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I come sit next to you and I put my hand firmly on your arm and just hold it down.
A general practice that I've learned from a number of projects is if there is an open pipe pointed in your direction, don't.
You can see him considering this for a few seconds. He does he doesn't say a word or utter a sound. He just does the yeah.
Yeah, and then like probably tries to pull his arm up, and I just hold it down very firmly. Like, no, this stays down. No.
I mean, he didn't like raise it again. He like he put it up to his mouth, like like he's tapping. He's like tapping his like the tip of his muzzle, and then is like yet again, his mouth is open, his finger is like pointing up, and he's doing the It's just that he's
If you
not
point it at your own face, I pull it away from your face and say, "No, please do not do this."
All right. Right. I get very excited.
Yep. Yeah. Yes. That sounds. Yes. I believe this.
In any case, put things short, I grew tired of being a squire for Sir Langelot, and I went out to make King Allfire proud on my own terms. And yes, that is exactly how he was called in the show, and I love all their names, and I will be referencing them.
Okay.
Anyway, who's next? I think I've taken up enough time.
Well, I believe I've. What
Sorry.
on my die? Sorry.
There you go.
Oh, sure. Just leave it on the 1. Oh, no, it's 16 now. No, it's going smaller. Stop.
Oh no, it's small.
Anyway, I think we've gone once around the table, unless I'm forgetting something.
Shall we arrive at the manor then?
Yeah.
What of our taciturn friend here? And CC gestures to Cass.
Oh yeah.
I just want to get out of here.
The ride hasn't been that long, has it?
Off of this continent. The further I can get away from where we are, the better off I am.
You haven't robbed a bank or done something that we should be concerned about, have you?
Probably not, no. I mean, robbing a bank seems like a good idea in retrospect.
Can I
Are you
roll a
interested in
society
doing
for
that?
that one?
Sure.
Or
Yeah, please.
whatever's whatever's the insight for this.
The society or diplomacy, depending on the situation. Yeah.
I'm guessing society might be more appropriate. Let me check
Yeah.
the bonus numbers here. My society is +7. Yeah, being amongst knights would teach you some study. So that would be a dirty 20.
So, if you're looking at me, you can tell that, like, I am wearing and carrying everything that I own, and it is not that much. I haven't robbed any banks.
I lean down to CC and honestly, given the size of the cart, it's gotta be probably audible, and he just goes, I don't think. I almost went demo man. I don't think he's robbed a bank, CC.
Perhaps it was a poor example.
Some people rob banks. I don't have any problem with them.
The need to flee the continent seems a little bit dramatic.
From what I've learned of the other knights, a lot of people have reasons to flee places.
Cece, I have a question for you. How were you born?
Head first?
Any of the how were you born?
I feel like that's a bit of a pressing question.
Sorry, I got jump scared with spits.
I
How
think you
was
might
I
be referring
born?
to the biological process.
any kind of way of explanation of what happened there. Your mom had a baby?
Correct?
Yeah, that's not what happened with me. I was made specifically like this.
Oh.
I see.
Oh, I did not. I didn't expect that question at all. That answer at all.
There is still a little bit of blood dripping off the tip of your finger.
I wipe it and try to be surreptitious.
I'm more of a serendipity person myself.
I have my reasons for wanting to get away from here. I'm not like a normal person. But if I can get away, maybe I can be.
Could I get Arcana from anybody who's trained in it?
I can do that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can absolutely do that.
Am I
Well,
trained
actually,
in-
you don't have to.
Oh, should I not?
You succeed.
26.
Okay, well then...
It's a good thing too, because I was going to be a 2.
I got
I'm
26.
trained in Arcana. Here's my roll. That was almost
I saw
the
that.
20. It took me
Oh.
out. Oh. Well, it's still a fairly solid +7, so that's 15.
Mm-hmm. Not quite enough, but Sprig and CC and Roderick, you recognize through your travels what that means and what it means, what a reflection is. Mostly CC, mostly from studies. I don't think you would have encountered any beyond academic.
Hmm.
Oh my. Yes, I've heard about those things. I've heard about reflections. They're exceptionally rare. It's one of those things that usually sometimes the reflection is a perfect simulacrum of the entity that they're reflecting, but other times they can be quite opposed considerably. The question is, are you the opposed kind or the matching kind?
I can't imagine being the matching kind. I mean, he doesn't have he's not the same person as I am. He's a privileged little monster. If you see another person who looks like me, run away.
So should we put an X on your forehead or something so that we can be certain that it's you?
Well, we're planning on going to a different continent, but I mean, yeah, if you want. We should probably put one on yours too, just in case somebody does this to you as well.
I'd like a triangle.
I have an idea then to save the trouble, as it's only the 4 of us in the wagon.
Mm-hmm.
We simply remember one simple code phrase to use to identify ourselves in the case of a suspicion of an imitation. Something
Sure.
that would likely never come up in conversation.
Pajamas.
I say pajamas like
Pajamas?
17 times a day.
You're kidding.
Do you not?
Do you two partake in the enjoyment of Dave the Barbarian on occasion?
Sometimes.
It's been a hot minute.
It's been a bit of it. It's been a
just
bit.
somehow, for no reason, like I haven't even looked it up recently, and for some reason, we need a random word, code phrase. Pajabbers. I didn't even
Nice.
look up the show in a while.
Why not waterproof sponge?
So are we doing waterproof
It's just a
sponge or
word that we'll never.
pajamas?
It's a thing that we'll never use.
Waterproof sponge sounds more likely to be something I'll remember than a nonsense word.
I'll be honest. The fact that I came up with like a word that's very specific, and probably nobody else has heard of, is kind of in character, 100%.
Yeah, it works. It really does.
So for session 0, we have made a changeling safe word.
I mean, it's not a bad policy.
I still want to go with pajamas, but whatever the group decides.
I mean, honestly, either one will probably work.
I
So
was gonna run with it, but it was Cass said I use that word every day.
I do, though.
I
I really just do.
Well, does the in character use that word every day?
Oh no, absolutely not. No,
Well, there you go.
pajamas is fine.
I like the idea that you guys then follow up with by asking, "What the hell is a pajamas?" And I just said, "I just learned that from a barbarian from this kingdom called Udragot." I still remember the names for some reason. I think it's Pa. P-A.
Pajamas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can look that up later.
Sure, I'm not terribly worried.
I'm gonna
It'll be close
turn this
enough, no
world
matter
into
what,
nothing
as long
but-
as-
I'm just gonna turn this world into nothing but not as successful as they could have been cartoons.
No, but I like the idea of like slightly off shibboleths. You know, the words that you use to make people recognize you as who you are. They're just slightly off. So, punjombers or whatever.
Yeah, sure.
Exactly.
Yeah. Also, it's original. Do not steal. It's pajamas, not pajamas.
Yeah.
Yo, make sure you leave a comment with that. It'll confuse everybody who hasn't gotten this far in the VOD yet.
Yep. It'll also tell us who among Jade's viewers are changelings.
True. Comes up more often than you think. All right.
Yes,
Calling you out, chat.
yes, exactly. But
Our party walked into the tavern equipped with all of our weapons. Bartender asked us why we were all so heavily armed. Just in case of mimics, we said. So we laughed. The bartender laughed. The table laughed. We killed the table.
Never gets old.
Amazing.
also, Buck, yes, that is his exact description. How did you know him? Did you know he was the inventor of the megaphone?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That is one of my favorite gags that I keep coming back to. Using his quick wit, which yet again he
fashioned a megaphone from a squirrel, some rope, and a megaphone.
Oh my god, great. Now I want to rewatch that show. Like I don't got enough shows that I want to watch. Check off the silly penny.
The carriage rattles up to from the outside what looks like an unkempt manor. It looks incredibly expensive, but there's overgrowth in places where any person of a high society should not have any. There are nobody is there to open the gates for you.
Like I just peek out of the window to look at the gate. Huh. Strange. Normally they just open by themselves.
What do you want me to do, boss? The carriage driver
I
shouts
suppose-
back. Say.
Well, we have a slight change of address. Could you take us to this degree? I was actually hoping to head towards the tavern to hire them, but it's apparently we've cut out the middleman. No tavern necessary. Could you just redirect it? Luckily, the distance is considerably shorter, if you don't mind.
Oh, I was under the impression that you had already mentioned this in passing. I was having them roll up at the manor for the dude.
Oh, yeah. So I imagine like him being like, "All right, how would it be all right if you just kept the sit tight for just a short amount of time, and we'll come back. All we're going to do is we're going to go in there, check some things out, and we'll be on our merry way."
His hand
running.
He looks at you knowingly, and his hand hovers over the case with some of the brandy in it that you had offered him, but he grabbed before.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna get
Okay,
another.
so let's begin. So, I suppose the first thing that I'm going to do is approach with a perception check of the building.
All right.
I have a thing that I'm going to be using, and this will be something for everybody. Let me see if I recall how this works, because my class is very strange.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see how it works.
Sure.
All right. I am going to spend 1 minute examining the details of the building and the atmosphere surrounding it, as the subject is going to be Sir Baron Hapfenshire.
Okay.
This is my ability called Pursue a Lead. Whenever I attempt a perception or skill check to investigate a designated subject, I gain a circumstance bonus to the check. Checks are typically determined by the GM. The exact check this applies to depends on my actions, and can apply to intelligence, wisdom, or charisma checks.
Okay.
I can maintain 2 active investigations at a time as I enter Sherlock mode. Cue the mystery music.
Oh.
That's
I had
All
the
right.
exact same feeling before.
7.
It
It is a house.
It is definitely a house, and it is.
Well-
It looks very unkempt and unpopulated.
Oh wait, no,
Would
I've got
anybody
an 8
else-
because of my circumstance bonus.
Yeah, that's still not gonna cut it.
I know the house and the person who made it.
But yes, might not seem like much at first. But in time, I will be able to do all sorts of fun things with this.
I'm really curious to see how that's going to function in one of the mechanics that's going to be coming up very shortly, in fact. Yes.
I walk up and knock on the door.
You knock on the gate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, why don't I just get a round of perceptions? That seems like a novel idea.
Sure. Okay, what's my
Oh,
perception
I have
bonus?
one last. I have one last
Okay,
detail I
I've been
need to
taking a tie
offer.
out of this bag this whole time, but I can just quick
Uh,
roller.
Mm-hmm.
DM or Jade,
Yes. Hi.
I have one last ability as upon arriving at this place. It is an intelligence-based skill or feat called that's odd. Whenever you enter a new location, such as a room or corridor, or outside this house, I immediately notice one thing out of the ordinary. You can determine what it is, or whether there's nothing reasonable to pick up, skipping obvious clues. For example, if I entered a study with a large blood stain on the ground, the blood stain is so obviously suspicious that it won't trigger it. But I would find something suspicious about the desk drawer instead. You would then need to investigate further to find out what specifically is out of the ordinary.
All right.
That's odd doesn't reveal whether creatures are suspicious.
That makes sense. And is that a roll, or is that a just a thing that you do?
It's just an automatic thing.
Nice.
If I want to investigate it further, that will be a roll.
Well, it has rained in the past few days, and there is a bit of mud on the ground, as you have already discovered, quite in the difficult way. There actually are some spare tracks that are leading forward in the mud. Well, it only rained a day or two ago.
I'm going to look. I'm going to examine the tracks and see if somebody else might have been here. Would that be nature or perception?
I mean, whatever you can convince me on. Yeah.
I think
You can use nature for
considering
tracking.
nature-
You can use
I think I'm going to argue for society. Given the fact that this is a rather wealthy gentleman and we're in the middle of the boonies, the only people that would be coming into this area would be people of landed gentry or the equivalent of hired contractors or the like. So the protocol might be considerably different depending on what had happened here.
Okay.
Will you allow this?
Absolutely.
All right, I get
So
my
Gentry probably wear nicer shoes.
society roll plus my circumstance bonus. 14. That would be a. Let's double check here just to make sure. 14. 22.
Nice. There are tracks leading in, but you do notice that several of the tracks are with very cheap shoes, indicating that the servants are not using the servant entrance. They're just going in the main gate at the moment, which is very uncommon.
Well, I can't be for certain, as he says, tilting up a little bit and pulling out a small monocle, as if it's like an examining monocle, but no, it's entirely for show to make him look a little bit more official. I don't know about the rest of you, but it appears that there seems to be the servants' quarters. Either the servants' quarters has been locked away, or there are some independent contractors that have been coming in and out of this area, as the quality of the shoes for these footsteps are less than expected of the typical visitors that Baron Hamptonshire might actually be getting. He looks up at the rest of you and says, I'd say pull out your weapons. We might be dealing with we might either be dealing with something going on that's requiring the servants to be not using the usual entrances, or we might be dealing with people that have already broken into the house.
All right.
Do not worry. We shall vanquish these thieves if they are indeed in the house.
And if, strictly speaking, one of us were to, hypothetically, of course, not have a weapon.
Here, you can take my mace.
Well, I'm sure that you have something up your sleeve that is of considerable threat. Your spiders, for example.
I'm not sure about a threat, but they can at least be a nuisance.
I don't
That's
have a
the best
weapon
thing that we
either.
can ask for right now.
So,
I like the idea that I'm carrying For some reason, I always like my default weapon being a mace for some reason rather than a sword or something.
Fair enough.
I like
do you-
maces.
Do you want my mace?
While I appreciate the offer, I'm not sure that I can make very good use of it personally.
I offered to. I'm sorry. Sorry. Well, what is your name, box? Filled with noises. I've not.
Cass Redden, Refshin. Yeah, Cass.
I'm sorry. I really. All I think I hear is like cash register or precious. Those are
Cass.
the words.
Kas.
Cass. Okay.
Oh, I've been hearing cast.
I have too. I'm fixing it in my notes right now.
Whoopsie poopsie.
Anyway, I offered. What is your character name, Cass?
Cass is my character's name.
Oh. Then I offered the mace to Cass.
I just sort of
maybe-
wave it away.
All right. Well, if
I
you
don't
need
need
it.
that. No.
Well, I store it for now and load up some. Load up some. What are they called? I literally said it before. Not pellets.
Bearings?
Buckshot.
Nothing, go on.
Whatever. The buckshot. I'm not sure if it's buckshot or pretty much the tiny pebbles that they put into muskets, effectively.
But
Believe it or
either
not,
musket-
it's actually just called shot.
Yep, shot.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
just
you know
ball
what, yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah. Metal balls, or could have sworn there was another word for it. So maybe I was just thinking grape shot. Never mind. You
No
know, small round black things go into the little barrel.
Yep. All right. The gate doesn't actually even appear to be locked. It's just closed. It's a bit heavy, though.
Actually, once I load him up, it's just a small visual gag or audio gag. So after I load him up, I put my hand underneath the other hand, so not where the cannon part is, but underneath it, and he pumps his gun hand up and makes a little. Somehow he managed to make that noise, but he didn't do it with his mouth.
Oh, come on, there's no need for that. He says, walking up to the door, and oh god, he knocks on the door.
You hear... yeah, I assume you're going to be listening carefully then, yes?
Yes.
You hear some screams from inside.
He retreats a little bit into himself for a moment.
You
Do
can all
we
hear this. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Oh, I'm coming! And I
Yeah,
stop.
I
And I'm
bust
just
the
gonna
door open.
Yeah.
Wait,
You
let's
busted-
consider this for a moment as everybody kicks through the door.
Well, two out of four kick down the door.
I'm on your side in this.
As you bust through the door, you see before you a large entry foyer that has been completely renovated to house what looks like to be more of an infirmary. A bed is in a place where a chandelier is hanging above it. There is an old elderly man in the bed crying out. To either side are a handful of servants. Some of them are milling about just uselessly. One of them is holding their hand, and another is shaking some sort of censure above them, releasing a fine mist of something unknown. The old man in the bed screams in pain.
As he takes a moment to let this sink in a bit, and moves over and says, "All right, let's get some triage going to examine what's occurred here. First thing I'm going to do, though, as I approach, is I'm going to... Oh, God.
Medicine
guess...
isn't my field of expertise, but I can attempt to assist.
Yeah, I guess what I want to do is... I want to do perception on the person. I don't know what the sense motive would be in this one. I guess
Yeah,
it would
that's
be
actually something
perception.
that I've been struggling with, is the lack of a real insight/sense motive option in the system.
I'm gonna.
So I-
Well, no, that's not a useful medicine check. Never mind.
Yeah, I'd like to try and do a medicine check here as well.
While they do the medicine check, I'm going to do a perception check and then an arcana check.
Okay.
Wow, these rolls are terrible today.
Wow.
8.
First is perception with my circumstance bonus, and
It's rolled over.
19.
Nice.
So that is a 25.
And what were you investigating for that?
I am investigating. I'm going to check if this person, like, he actually works here, if there's something about him that I might want to be mindful of, if, like, he's faking it, or if he's actually, like, doing, or if he's, like, in actual pain or something like that. Basically, I'm wondering if this is a trap.
Okay.
Also, I got a funny response for the 8 that I got. I figured one out.
One moment, though.
You said the man was old, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like after I did do some examination or whatever, I just turned to the group and go, "This man is old."
That is actually. So yes, that is as far as you get. But upon hearing that, upon Roderick hearing that, it does spark something in you to actually recognize he is old, and he's getting older before your eyes.
Oh.
And that's why I was going to be following up with the the other investigation, which was that arcana check.
Before you do the Arcana check, I believe Sprig was in the middle of a check too.
Go ahead, Sprig.
Yes. My check was a 23 for medicine, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And I also really quick dug up the sense motive for you.
Yeah.
It's an action type in Pathfinder, like it's a specific action you can take.
Oh.
Oh.
It is a perception check against deception DC.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Interesting. Oh, that's good to know.
I know perception is incredibly powerful in this system. Arguably, perception is overpowered in terms of these sort of things.
Mhm.
But yeah, that makes sense. I will. I mean,
Okay.
if you can convince me to that you think a society or a opposed deception would take the place of that, then sure. Otherwise, yeah, sense motive will default to perception.
Okay.
But what was your actually your roll for, Spig?
Medicine.
Medicine. Right. This man is dying. You said that was what, 23, was it?
Yes.
This man is dying, and as far as you can tell, he looks like he's dying the way he lived, surrounded by natural causes.
Oh my god, you just had to use that word. I saw a video I saw like a LP of Harvester, and it's like literally a ripped out spinal cord and head, and
Ugh.
investigator, and yeah, it's a gory game, and the investigator goes, died of natural causes. Natural causes? Well, yeah, you can't live without a spine and a skull.
True, though.
No, that's exactly right. Yeah.
It's like the moment you said natural causes, my brain zeroed in on that. It's so funny. It's funnily enough, for a very schlocky game, seemingly surprisingly intelligent in terms of the topic it covers.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Yes. Anyways. So,
So,
um,
go ahead.
the man shudders and passes away and almost instantaneously crumbles to dust. It is then that the people who were standing around him turn and notice you.
Oh, hello.
No. Hello,
Sorry,
and
there was screaming and they rushed into action.
I'm terribly sorry that you have seen the master in this state. It has been a burden upon all of us. Who are you?
Forgive us. My name is, we are members of the Department of Happenstance. We have received your correspondence to investigate this.
Yes. Well,
My lord, we were sent for.
well, I will let you investigate to your heart's content. We followed all the rules and all the instructions that were given to us. The ceremony was proper and went as seamlessly as we could have hoped, but this keeps happening. That was the second time today. He will return within an hour, maybe as soon as a few minutes. But that will be the third time today, and that will be all for today. If you have a way of helping him, now is the time. Go ahead. We'll stay out of your way. If we can get you anything, we will.
I lean into towards Kennedy's character and just whisper, I believe we found the right house.
Yes, I believe we have.
This does match up with what you were telling us on the way here. I'd like to apologize firstly, though, to those of you on the cleaning staff for the state of your carpet. It is muddy outside, and we did not we did not clean up as sufficiently as we should have in the circumstances of screaming.
In lieu of the master's continued mental state, we have dismissed most of the cleaning staff as most of the gardening staff, as I'm certain you've seen. This place has been in a sorry state for the past month. We expected you sooner, to be blunt, but we are glad you are here.
Do you happen to have the directions for the ritual that was performed?
The man gestures towards one of the other servants, now you can recognize them as, who immediately scampers away. They will return in just one moment. As one of the servants scampers deeper into the building. The foyer is very nice. There is lapis inlays. There is a lot of silver engraved into things, into just into the seams of the floor tiles, into the trim of the doors. It should be a beautiful place, and on a better day, maybe it would be.
And there's the door wide open and the trails of muddy footprints and wheel tracks from the door.
I'm going to trigger that's odd. As I look about the room and make a perception check. Is there anything of particular note that I should be mindful of? You can say no, there's nothing unique.
The censure. Yeah, the censure that one of the servants was swinging over the man.
The censure that one of the servants what?
Was swinging over the man. A censure is a type of incense burner. It's.
I'm gonna look at the incense burner and I guess make an Arcana check to see if it's being used to mitigate any rituals or if it's like a special type of thing for an incantation or otherwise.
Okay.
Cece's just gonna put two of her spiders down on the floor and tell them to clean up the muddy prints.
So that's an 8.
Yeah. You can't tell? It doesn't, and you are not familiar with that.
He looks over at the incense and kind of like, as he pulls out, like, he flicks out his pen with a surprising grace and clicks the top a couple of times as a sort of a. I don't have the pen on me, so I'm sorry. Normally, I'm better prepared for such a thing, but he looks over to Cass and says, "Cass, what do you make of this? You are our Arcana expert." Seems a bit odd for them to be having incense running in the main foyer.
I've also studied Arcana.
So you both can take a look at it.
Yeah. I guess I'll take my Arcana roll. 14 plus 7, 21.
And that's for the sensor.
Mm-hmm.
That's for the incense burner.
Yes, to investigate it.
Okay. Wait, what was the number again? Sorry.
21.
21. Okay.
14 plus 7.
All right. Give me one tick here. All right. It's filled with sage, which is usually used for trying to keep evil at bay. You know, silent, quieting demons, things like that. Generally,
Ghosts.
Generally, it's not used in this manner, as this would be vastly overpowering. But, well, here you are.
This isn't regular for such a transformation.
What makes you say that?
Well, it's used to keep evil at bay, and it's quite potent on top of that.
A small bead of light appears in the middle of the bed. A servant runs back in. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry, you finish.
A servant runs back into the room and carrying some papers. They are not in order and appear to have been picked up off of a surface that has left them with some mud and some scrapes on them. At least 2 of the pages appear to have been hastily flattened out after having been in a bin. Servant comes over and shoves them into your arms as the host looks back down at the table and says, he's beginning to come back. You best make your preparations quickly.
Beginning? The body doesn't... the body isn't restored? It just teleports here?
No, you will see. It will form and it will grow.
I can't help but express concern over the liberal use of the word "it."
It is.
Sorry,
I apologize. You are correct. You are correct. That was improper of me. This is.
I spoke over CC. Go ahead, CC.
Cece's just going to put the pages back in order and attempt an occultism check or an arcana check. Let's go with occultism because it's demon parts and rituals. To try and identify what might have gone wrong.
Can I also make an occultism or arcana check?
Absolutely.
Okay.
How are you? Hold on 1 second. If Sprig is doing this, how are you doing your check? Are you looking over their shoulder, or are you trying to assist?
Looking over Sprig's shoulder, probably.
Okay. What was yours number, Sprig?
21.
21? Okay. You managed to get everything sorted and everything in order. What appears to have... with some of the study that you've done in the past, you have learned about the fates. You know, the red strings of fate, you know, the classic intertwining of individuals. One of the strings of fate that was tied was going to be transplanted into a different person. And as for you, your check?
Oh, 20?
Oh, was it 20?
Yeah.
Okay. With a 20, well, Sprig, do you say this as you discover it?
Yeah.
Okay. In the back of your mind, you recognize that for that to happen, the strand had to come from someone else.
Mm.
So, whose strand of fate was transplanted for this ritual?
I'm going to take that information and I'm going to deduce using occultism, because they would be requiring a host of some kind, and therefore if this would be requiring stealing a string of fate from someone else, it would require some kind of infernal ritual. You might not see it right now on my PNG, but my eyebrows are waggling quite aggressively.
Yeah, I am. If you're saying these things out loud, I am trying aggressively to not make any facial expressions. It's like, yeah,
May I make the roll?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, where are we going? Looks like a 6, which with my occult and my circumstance as part of the investigation, that would mean I got a 14.
So close. No, 14 doesn't quite do it. I had set it to 15.
Damn.
Wait, what was Sprig? In response to your comment, the man's eyes dart around nervously, and one of the other servants points at the glowing spot. There, it's coming back now. Quick, you better hurry. And after a small flash of light, a baby appears in the middle of the bedsheet. And we are going to be switching this into a form of encounter.
Oh.
Oh dear.
This is a simple form of encounter that I like to use as a way of creating a more gamed encounter out of a non-combat situation. What we will do is we will go around everyone will roll perception as a form of initiative to determine the turn order. And then everyone will tell me what you are going to do to try to resolve the issue at hand. If you are successful, you get to take one of the coins. If you are not successful, I take one of the gems. Your goal is to claim all of the coins before all of the gems are gone.
Is the perception in relation to the investigation, or will this not qualify?
For your sake, yes. For your circumstance, yes.
I got a 19 total.
Go ahead and head over to these right over here. Wow.
Wow.
What did you get?
This is just for initiative though, so it's not a big deal.
I know. But like, I've got a I got a 7.
Ouch.
Ouch.
Alright, so go ahead and fill out one of these with your initiative. Magus, up here.
Yeah, 1 sec.
Oh, sure. Take your time.
Sorry, just managing something on the side.
No worries.
Okay, so what am I doing?
Up here we have an initiative tracker.
Okay.
Go ahead and just replace that with your name and your initiative.
Okay. That would be. God, why am I like this? Hooray! 7.
All right.
It's like, oh look, an investigative combat. I'd better be the last one, being the investigator.
Let me think about this.
Gotta give everybody else a chance or something. I don't know.
So, this type of encounter is intentionally freeform. This is the type of encounter that would fit the style of gameplay we've been doing today, where you can tell me what you are doing. The more detail, the better. The more specific, the better. And frankly, the difficulty of the check is going to scale with how interesting the description is. In that description, you can decide what skill you would like to use. The only limitation on skills is that you cannot use the same person cannot use the same skill 2 rounds in a row. So if you make an Arcana check on this time, on the next time that your initiative comes up, you have to make a different skill check. The second.
I have a DM. Sorry. I just want to say my other tabletop sim gym has a very similar system too.
It's a variation on the Obsidian skill challenge, which is a classic skill challenge technique. Yeah, this one's a little bit different, but yeah, it's actually a fairly common DM tool.
Mm-hmm.
The second limitation, or not exactly limitation, is there are a set of skills that would skill usage really rather than skills that are called discovery skills. A discovery skill is a skill that does not actually do something. This would be your history checks. This would be your perceptions, and this would also be some uses of other skills. For example, looking at tracks isn't necessarily doing something. So a nature check could be a discovery skill, or it could be a regular skill, or it could be a skill check. To claim a coin, you have to use a regular skill. If you use a discovery skill, it can help the party with in future checks and give bonuses, but you must perform some sort of action. And again, you can use anything that your character would be able to do as a part of this.
Okay. I will walk myself through this again as to see that I understand it.
Sure.
Anyway, whose turn is it first?
Yeah, you're last, so you have a few moments to absorb it. Cass! You see a small baby in the middle of the bed.
Yeah, I'm going to use occultism to see if I understand the magic that's occurring here.
Okay. Can you give me go ahead. Tell me more about that.
I'm going to see if I can determine any of the mechanics of it. I'm going to see if I can say one way or another what this magic can do.
Okay.
That's a 15.
A 15 is not a success, but because that's a discovery check, it does not count as a failure. So that is it is simply you do not get the information. Flicker.
Right. Well, this. I'll be honest. My brain is slowly starting to shut off. The most I can really think about here is to ask. Well, it's clearly an aging or transmutation spell that's going on here. There's a good chance he might have actually read about something like this for the sake of aging or quickly hardening, so something that requires time to pass for his inventions. So can I use like arcane? Is it Arcanum or Arcana still?
Arcana.
Arcana.
Yeah, yeah. Then I'll just roll an Arcana, a roll to try and see if like I remember seeing something like this in one of the books that some of the wizards brought back
Okay.
to court.
This is another discovery check then.
Wow, these
Ouch.
rolls today. That's another 14.
The books.
I
the
don't
books
think
didn't cope.
I don't know if I can ask for circumstance bonus for that, but I don't think I can. Okay, let's see. By the way, just to be clear, artificers don't cast spells in Pathfinder, correct?
Not by default. Several of them are magically inclined, but however, artificers are not inherently magical.
Okay, yeah, because I was just wondering about that, because that explains why it didn't give me like anything in the spell section.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're gonna have to take a dedication for that.
What can I do in this instance without knowledge? Okay, remind me, what did you say about the incense?
It is.
I just like
Using too much. They're using way more than they need to for a normal thing.
Mm-hmm.
okay. I am going to try and remove half the incense in the room.
Okay. By removing it from the center, or
The hanging thing.
or what?
Yeah, and then I'm just gonna move it out of the room. Maybe that'll do something.
Okay, just take it in and move it away.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I mean, you have a good pick here. You could honestly use anything from occultism to athletics to run it out. It is.
Okay, I think. Let me check my. I am actually trained in athletics. Not much, but +3. Yeah, I never read much into the occultism side of things.
Right, go ahead and
Or
roll
about
it.
classic academic. Okay, that could have been worse. 13.
Okay. You know, I'm gonna give that to you because it's a good idea and I like it, frankly. Go ahead and grab one of the gold. And now you have that. The gold can be consumed anytime for the rest of the session, which is basically just gonna be this encounter, to add a d4 to any roll. You must do it before you roll, though. Mm-hmm. You must use it before you before you make the roll, though.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Cece.
Well, Cece likes to have a pretty thorough understanding of the mechanics behind this situation before she does anything, so she's going to attempt an Arcana check to investigate the ritual itself to determine what kind of magic was used for said ritual, like School of Magic.
Okay.
And whether it was the fault of the ritual itself by the failure of design, or if it was failure of implementation of the ritual and a bridging of done by the staff.
Okay.
I push button. And I got a 19.
Okay, yeah. You refuse to cast spells, you still have some magical sight and ability, correct?
Well, she has ability and knowledge still. It's that
Mm-hmm.
she loses concentration when she's actually performing spells now.
Mm-hmm. But your sight still works, and you can actually see a thread flailing out of this body not connected to anything.
Hmm.
You may take a coin. Also, the coins go ping. The silver don't do anything, but it gives you a coin to go ping with, so that's fun.
I like flipping
Right.
the coins.
Roderick.
All right. So, with what I'm assessing here, you said that there was a thread that was coming out of them?
Yep. Because of teamwork, I'm going to assume that anything I tell you, then that party member probably tells
Yeah.
the group, right? Yeah.
I
Safe to
assumed
say.
that
Yep.
was the case.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So I'm assuming this was a botched transplant of the thread of fate, or strand of fate.
All right. Out of all of the things that I have a lot of experience with, if there's something that my character is very natural with in terms of his occult library based on the backstory that we had discussed previously, is that the threads of fate are something that I have a little bit of a good feel for. So I'm going to be using my academia role
Okay.
to infer two things. One, if the thread that is coming out of them is the Baron Hamptonshire's thread, and two, if that thread is still attached to its original owner if it's not.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I shall now make the roll. I get a circumstance of +1 for as part of this investigation.
Nice.
Oopsie. Okay, that will be a +8 to this.
Oh,
Oh.
wait. Oh.
Oh.
You've got to be kidding me.
The child grows, now appearing to be a small boy.
Okay, so that was my round that I can't really do anything about.
That's
This is
rough.
just
That's
gonna
real
be-
rough. Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry, man. Like, this is like supposed to be my particular expertise. And the dice, like, not today.
Game-
At least with those bonuses, though, it probably can't be a crit fail.
It's an 8. So, well,
Mhm.
sorry, I get a 9. It was a 9. with that one.
I'm not gonna worry about crit fails right now. Usually I will in the future, but for now I'm just going to shake my head and go, ouch.
Yep.
Ah.
I just not one at least in this system is not an auto crit fail.
And
Yeah.
I mean,
The-
sort
the-
of granted. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was going to expand on what Sprig said. A critical success is 5 over your target number. A critical failure is 5 under. And I'm not telling you the target number.
On a side note, I mean, even if he does grow old, I mean, it'll just start over again. I mean, it's not pleasant, but we get a do-over. That's the
Well,
gamer part of the brain right now talking.
Yeah, but they did say before the encounter that this would be the last time this would occur today.
yeah.
Free rent for a day. Anyway, Kaz.
It is
yours
Kaz.
again. Kaz.
Yeah.
Kaz.
Hello. Yeah. So I'm going to attempt to talk to the baby,
Child.
the child. Hello. Believe we were summoned to do a job for you. Is that right?
Yes, help me, concern it. I mean, I'm not really sure
Well,
what.
now we know he's old.
All right. I'm going
I'll let
to.
I'll take that as a free action. That doesn't have to be. That's not a check in my book.
Okay. I will do an occultism check to see if I can do any help for him. That is a 23.
Nice.
I'm gonna need more detail from you. When you say you're going to want to do some help to him, what are you going to attempt, or what are you going to explore? Give me some detail on
Is there
how you're going to do this.
any kind of magical assistance I can? My magic is like psychic stuff, so like,
Yeah.
can I connect to him that way? Can I?
Oh,
Yes.
I don't know.
Can you maybe see if you can connect to him and see if you can recall the ritual? That's the only thing that comes up top of my mind.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
You want to go with that?
Yeah.
Okay. You see a vision, and it is strangely clear because of and you suspect it's more clear because of the lack of connections that this flailing thread has. And you see this man dismissing. You just see an image of this man dismissing a dirty, unkempt, and barely clothed elvish girl from the room.
Mm.
You may take the platinum piece, which counts as a hero point, which allows you to make a reroll at your
nice.
discretion.
Nice.
Flicker.
Right. What did he say? What did he say that happened in there? Like, sorry, it's spaced out for like 5 seconds.
No worries. He saw a vision of the ritual after touching the child and looking into its eyes, and they described seeing a man in the center of a ritual circle dismissing a young elven woman who appeared to be some sort of servant or slave.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Does the when we came here, was any of the staff elven?
No, none of them.
Hmm.
It's all humans here.
Mm-hmm. I see. Okay, well, that's not gonna really be an option to do anything with. Okay, come on, brain. I think I think CC already succeeded in a cold roll to figure out what went wrong or what the ritual is. Correct?
Yes.
She spotted the, loose flying thread.
Mm-hmm.
The strand of fate.
An untethered thread of fate.
Mm-hmm. I might need some help. Like
I know
my
what
brain.
I can do here.
Hmm?
Sorry. Do you need advice or do you need?
I just need some quick clarification. I'm willing to take suggestions. I just when you say untethered, what does this mean? Like I know English better than my natural language,
Oh.
but need clarification on that.
By
like,
untethered, it means. Do you want me to help with that?
Oh yeah, please.
By untethered, imagine when you are holding a harness and you are clipping it to something to secure someone. That means they are tethered to that object, kind of like a security harness.
Mm-hmm.
To be untethered means that you have broken free of that. So in this instance, a person with a string of fate is usually tethered to the person. But since it's untethered, it is not attached to the person.
Okay, I am pretty sure that's the cause of the. Much like a plumber, I just go. You see, that's your problem right there. It's not connected to anything.
That was your problem.
I believe I know what the problem is. This, actually, no. I can't make that joke when she made the discovery.
Well, I've got a little trick up my sleeve for something to make this work. Just tell me what you're gonna do.
I mean, well, this is like a fate thing. Can I use like Arcana to figure out how to reconnect it? I assume the regular non-existing the regular glue bolts and non-existing duct tape will not cut it.
Alright, you want to try to you want to investigate. You want to try to secure the tether.
Yes, or at least to figure out like how to do this. I am going to use.
Got it. Okay,
Got
before
it.
he makes the roll, I am going to activate one of my abilities. I have a reaction that is when another creature attempts a check to investigate a lead you're pursuing, which this does count as this.
Mm-hmm.
I share information with the triggering creature, and they gain a circumstance bonus to their check equal to my circumstance bonus.
Nice.
Nice.
And I think this is important enough that I am immediately going to use up my gold for the 1 extra d4.
I mean, you have another gold on the line, so that's not a bad idea at all.
Oh, nice. Okay. Okay, that's pretty strong. Yeah, this is an easy win. That's a 14 plus, since this is Arcana plus 7 plus the
Plus
gold
my-
plus the, yeah. I
Plus
think
my
I think
circumstance.
yeah, I think we made this.
I guess my circumstance bonus is my level plus my... I'm not sure what it is. It's either my level or my level plus my intelligence. I can't remember.
Well, let me see what I got on
We
the
can check in
D4.
between. I actually do not know offhand.
Oh man, the
It's
D4 was
probably
not
level
great.
because your
So,
intelligence gets added to the skill, right?
That's
yeah,
fine.
yeah. But yeah, I got a 1 on the. I got the 1 on the D4, so that's 14. So that's 21 plus the D4 gold bonus, 22. And what's the circumstance bonus? Plus 4, or plus 2?
I'm trying to find what a circumstance bonus is.
I'm looking it up
The
too.
circumstance bonus will be written down in the ability.
In the ability.
Yep.
Let me,
So, like, as part of your investigation or part of your lead or whatever the ability thing is, it would be in that lead ability.
What was the ability called again?
Pursue a lead. The ability is called Clue In. It says plus 1 circumstance bonus to the check, but I don't know what if that applies to. Sorry, I'm trying to find it. Investigator
So,
feat.
yeah, this ties in to pursue a lead. So, you go to investigator and then pursue a lead.
Um,
And plus 1 circumstance bonus to the check. So it's just plus 1.
Yeah, so plus 1.
23 total then.
23. Nice. Go ahead and take the next gold, and you can just toss the other one somewhere so that either you remember that it has been used, or whatever works for you for managing that.
I
You
like
manage-
tossing.
Don't those coins toss so nicely?
Yeah, I know, right?
You grab hold of the tether and are able to lightly secure it, but the tether requires a host. It needs to tie to something.
I'm guessing I am going to tie it to the
Well-
men going through Lichdom right now at an accelerated pace.
Well, no, that's where it is. That is going to nothing. Yeah.
Oh.
It is flailing
it's
off
going
of
from
his
him.
body and not going to anything else.
So the other end has to connect to someone else.
Or something.
Or
CC.
Why?
Somewhere. Actually, wait, that works.
That's why I said some why.
Some,
Don't you lose him, Sam Wykemji! I don't hate you!
oh.
Oh dear.
You know, she's going to make a society check, I think, to try to ask the still boy. You haven't completed the final step of the ritual? Your strand of fate needs to be connected to something so that this can be stable. We need to choose something to connect it to, which should stop the out-of-control effects.
Yes, I sent away the elf girl. She was going to die. I couldn't do it.
It doesn't need to be the elf girl, it could be an object even.
Like a phylactery.
We're not. Oh.
Perhaps a statue or a painting.
He gestures to a wall that has a large oil painting of what you assume is him.
Mhm.
Make your roll. Actually, wait. You didn't actually make the roll yet. I'm sorry.
I did not. It's okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I had a
Alright.
16 with a +7 for society, so 23.
Alright, go ahead and take a coin.
I've had pretty good dice today.
Yeah. Glad someone does.
Yeah, no
God,
kidding.
yeah, I wonder what that's like.
Yeah. I once got 2 natural 20s on a disadvantage.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
And I think I managed to kill the boss. It was the most insane roll ever.
That's
I'm just
amazing.
Yeah,
sitting
that's
over here being like,
ridiculous.
all right, I've got this entire thing figured out. I'm going to be doing this in this very specific way. And the DM's like, oh, I'm so excited for it. You better roll it. I'm sitting there like, I rolled a -15.
So you're saying like last round?
That's
Yeah,
been my
pretty
that's
much.
been my luck
I did
in
in a
this.
one
It's just-
shot not that long ago genuinely roll a -2 on insight.
Wait, you can roll negatives?
Yeah, I
If
was
you're
playing a
if you get a
character,
penalty enough.
My character in a one shot had a wisdom of 3.
Oh my god.
That character is barely sentient.
She was just extremely gullible and naive. She was an adorable cinnamon roll.
Wait, was that Piffle? Yeah, was,
No, that was not Piffle.
no. Okay. So Piffle was an adorable
It
cinnamon roll too.
was that. Yes, she was also an adorable cinnamon roll. It was Odie.
Ugh.
She was a half-orc strength rogue.
Aw. Magus, you are up.
Okay, so I am going to use the Arcana check, and yeah, I guess it would be the Arcana check in this instance because I was doing my Academia check before.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you can't use the
Um,
same back to back.
Yeah. I can't use the same one back to back. Did CC do the Arcana check also?
Oh no, that doesn't matter.
Oh no, that was Society. Sorry.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. It's the same player can't use the same thing 2 rounds in a row. So if you used Arcana last time, you can't use it this time. That's the limitation. It doesn't matter what other players do.
Okay.
It's mostly to stop someone from just using their best skill every single round. That's really what it's there for.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm looking up device stratagem as a action. I don't think it would make sense in this instance because that's really specifically for combat.
Yeah, I think that's
first
your
thing I'm
yeah
going
that
to do-
yeah.
First thing I'm going to do is, as a free action, I'm going to use Expeditious Introspection,
Okay.
and I'm going to recall knowledge for the ritual to complete a fate weaving, which was an experimental procedure that is used to connect threads of fate to temporarily elongate a person's life. And if I'm going to be binding it to a object, that would probably be a ritual that I would be able to recall and manage with what equipment that I have.
All right.
I would assume that it would have something to do with that incense that I could use. Maybe the smoke of the incense I use as a means to bridge the string to the painting.
I see.
Shall I make the roll?
Absolutely.
This time I'm not using the big die because that's what they want me to think. So I'm going to use the roller strip.
You gotta keep
Ah,
That
Come
was
on!
almost a 20. That
Oh
was
my
almost
God.
a 20.
Oh my
All right.
god.
So with that in mind, that was a 12. I am rolling awful today.
12 does not cut it. You need, your idea seems sound, but you actually need to have a direct line of smoke between the 2 points, and it just is not there, and you don't realize that you needed that in time to do it.
Well, as that's happening, can I relay my instruction to somebody else? Is like,
Absolutely.
we need a connection of smoke from one to the other. Anybody got any smoke sticks?
The the now teenage boy is grasping at sheets to attempt to cover himself.
Oh, that's quite aggressive puberty all at once. I would do the same.
All right, Cass. The censure is still in the room.
I'm gonna unmute myself first, and then
Good call.
I'm going to attempt to. Can I see this broken thread that's connecting him to sort of nothing?
Yes, because you have an arcane background, you would be able to see that. Now that other people have told you what you're looking for, now you can recognize it.
I'm gonna go ahead and just try to hook it to the painting arcanely.
The smoke, you mean? With the censure?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're gonna use your psionic, your telekinesis
Yeah,
to
I'm
guide.
gonna
this.
use,
Okay.
like, my-
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Clever.
All right. You said using Arcana for that?
Yeah.
Can you get like a circumstance bonus or anything? Since I'm
It's
technically
a 21.
That's enough.
It's,
Yeah,
I was
I
gonna say it's
oh,
probably
no.
fine.
Yeah, I was actually going to consider that if it was like real close, like just a barely missing. I was gonna say that that would work, but no, you got it.
Yeah.
You take a coin. And also, you had a reroll anyway, so you know.
Yep. Exactly. I was not worried.
Flicker.
Right. I mean he.
Now, sorry, let me just interject one thing here.
Yes.
You've got a really good indication of what you need to do based on what people have been saying, but you don't really have the Arcana skill to be able to actually manage the magic yourself, right?
Yeah. Seeing as how I mostly study it, so I kind of get the gist or some smaller things, but
you probably
Yeah,
can't perform the tethering. I would like to
Yeah.
remind you that if you make a discovery check, you will not gain or lose anything on the board.
okay, yeah. Let me check.
Yeah.
What other skills I got that I can maybe. Not stealth. Okay. This might be a bit questionable, but maybe performance.
Sell me on
I
it.
mean, I'm essentially like the idea is like I got the knowledge, but the idea is to like perform and do the right I guess I'm imagining it as like I have to do like hand motions and such in order to like properly convey, because he kind of he mostly remembers the words, but he does not remember. But I also have to like do performance in order to do the ritual. But
The ritual is an arcane ritual. I don't
Yeah.
think that you would. I'm going to decline that simply because your character doesn't have the skill set necessary to be able
Nah,
to manage
it's
that tethering.
okay. It's okay. It was a
Yeah,
a stretch
I see.
of
I see what you're going for, and I respect it. But
Mhm.
yeah, that's a little bit too far of a slant.
Yeah. Hey, I gotta ask. It's the only
Oh,
thing
absolutely,
that
yeah,
stands
that-
out.
Mhm.
I mean, I guess I can. See. I doubt I can just like quickly craft something in like 5 seconds. Diplomacy, no. Lore heraldry, no.
Would you like
I
a
mean-
couple of ideas?
Actually, I got like a +4 in occultism, which isn't terrible. I could try recalling anything about that potentially, since I haven't used, you know, for the exploratory thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So yeah, I'll roll my occultism to see like if I can remember anything, how to do something like this. That's not terrible. 16 total.
Okay. You don't have much of an idea of you don't have the raw magical skill, frankly, to be able to pull this off, but you understand the concept of it, and you're able to explain what needs to be done. You're able to explain the mechanics of the tethering to the party, giving a +2 circumstance bonus in addition to any other bonuses to the next person to attempt.
Okay, that works for me. Do I use an I'm just gonna assume I have to use my action in order to do that.
Yeah, that would be your action. It would be making a discovery
Yeah,
check
okay.
instead of
Well-
an action. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's my turn, I guess.
Okay.
Well, if CC covers this, I can add Clue into that to add the circumstance bonus to a +3.
Nice.
Stacey can't use magic anymore.
That's true.
So, like, while she might know the ritual, she can't really do the magic, so... she
God
will
damn
attempt
you,
to-
magic!
You can either pass or you can make a discovery check.
She will do a discovery check and try to recall the steps to the ritual to actually perform the binding,
Mm-hmm.
so that she can give a refresher and help out with actually performing it. Which is a 20.
Nice. Both you and Flicker are able to draw a series of lines around the bed itself, which will greatly enhance which will greatly enhance the likelihood of anything succeeding. Rodelac, you've got a +5 on your attempt.
I don't know if... Okay, I'm gonna do my best here.
I
We're
believe
giving
in
you our
you.
energy.
I believe in you.
We believe in you. We're giving you our energy, quite literally.
All
Okay,
right.
not literally.
I'm going to be using... I'm going to use my expeditious investigation again to make a seek check.
Come again?
You're using seek to search for objects. You search up to a 10-foot square adjacent to you to find a any object that you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
The GM might determine you need to seek as an activity, taking more actions, or even even minutes or hours if you're searching a cluttered area. I am looking for a small incense stick that I can trace in the air, like any spare things of incense, like an incense stick, not like the little incense cones, specifically a stick.
Yes.
That is a free action for me.
Yep. You spot it in one of the servant's pockets, the one who was holding the sensor earlier.
All right, I'm going to grab it from him, and I'm going to be doing a occultism check. since this is an infernal ritual, instead of trying to use my Arcana, all I'm going to do is I'm going to be using my Occult to tap the incense to light it up, draw the incantation in the air to match the floor, and then touch into the thread.
Okay.
And with my circumstance bonus and all of the things added, that's what, +5 you said?
Yep. Well, that's +5 from other players. That you're baseline +5 plus
Okay.
plus your bonus skills.
So I've got +6
Okay.
for circumstance, plus my occult of 7. So that would make it an 11.
It's a +13.
It's a +13.
Do not
God's
roll a
sakes.
1. I swear.
I swear to God.
I thought.
I swear to God.
Okay.
I thought it was a 1 too. My
Oh my
camera was
God.
pretty far away from it.
I was going to toss this 50-pound desk.
I would have made the exact same threat.
You managed to you make the binding successfully.
As like out of all of this time, just Rodolak is just very hastily panicking during all of this until finally he's like,
then all of a sudden, Eureka!
so his
And with-
soul is binded to the painting.
Yep, you're doing great, you did.
Dorian was fine.
What age is he now, by the way?
Young adult. He is
Hey.
a young.
So
And
we have some good news and some bad news. The good news is that you have attained a veritable amount of a fountain of youth in your situation, and even better, it is your you've managed to tie your soul to this lovely painting of yourself. A rather stylish phylactery, if I may say so myself.
so it's done. I'm
I
not going
handed
to
a
die
little
again.
pamphlet that says, "So you've been cursed."
Well, that's where the bad news comes in. He says, as he pulls out a piece of paper, and looks over the protocol of this kind of thing. Hi, cat.
Hello, cat.
Hello,
Sorry,
kitty.
my cat just jumped into my lap and it's like, no, attention now. Say hi, Rika.
Daw.
Hi, Rika.
Okay. The bad news is, according to subsection D of the Accordance and Phylacteries and Liches, liching is a very highly regulated resource, and the individuals that had duped you into taking part of this ritual has unfortunately artificially reduced the life of said elven girl that was the host initially. Am I correct in assuming
No.
that out of character?
No, I couldn't do it. I sent her away. The girl didn't. We didn't use the girl at all. That must have been. That's what went wrong. I couldn't do it. I couldn't bring another person to harm.
Mm-hmm. That being said, ill-gotten rituals of this kind can be rather problematic for a number of reasons, so we're going to have to mark this under an environmental arcana hazard, as he is checking off some paperwork. So we are going to have to incur a fee or two. However, the painting will be included at no additional cost.
Okay. Thank you for saving me. The sheer number of times. And they start to break down crying.
I'm going to do a diplomacy check to give him a therapy there.
Sure.
Do I get my circumstance bonus for this as part of my
Why not?
investigation?
No,
I'm not
you
trying to
get-
milk it, just...
You get the circumstance bonus, but only if you use the big D20.
Oh, okay. Well, there goes that 18. Here we go.
Yes,
What?
sir.
Natural 20. Oh,
Yeah!
you either get
Okay.
okay.
That
You
four
either
wanted
get
to
middling.
it wanted to roll over to that forest so bad.
You have been either middling, bad, or it's a 19.
20.
There's
I got a
no in
26.
between.
They calmed down somewhat, but they are still extremely shaken. They've been through horrors that you can only imagine.
Oh yeah, I'm not doubting that. It's like as he turns around and very politely but rather assertively yells to a servant, "Will someone get this man some ice cream?"
And
even Flicker is like, I ain't got nothing to say to this poor man.
Cece is like has backed herself away a little bit and is like quietly ranting her to herself in former wizardry. Why would anyone use necromantic magic to artificially extend your life when you could just transmute yourself into a younger body?
He looks over as he's actually, this might be something that I might know as my academia check, or as from my academia on this. As he says, unfortunately, when it comes to the threads of fate, everybody has a very set in stone expiration date for that kind of thing. You can transfer yourself to another younger body, but that's just going to the thread ends up where it ends up, and you're just going to end up getting crushed by a whale or something.
Necromancy is a more effective way.
I have to agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Not that we would approve of such things. No, absolutely not.
But
You know, that-
it doesn't matter whether we approve it or not. Necromancy is more effective.
I
That's
originally,
fair point.
I originally was looking through some spell stuff, and I was like, giving Flicker. Actually, no, that was for another character.
That
But
being said, sorry, I believe that's everything, right? For this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's sorry. Go ahead and finish up, GD.
I just wanted to say it's like it is 6 a.m. here. I think I should probably be going to bed.
This is where I was going to wrap up after this right here, anyways.
Yeah,
So,
this seems like a good place to wrap up.
A reasonable time.
I'd like to take a
6
few
a.m.
minutes just to decompress, see what you guys thought about this. But if you need to scoot now, totally fine.
Oh no, I managed to now. I can talk about it just a little bit. It's just like my mind was actually trying to shut down in the middle of this part that I was trying to think.
Yeah, no worries. I can see you struggling a little bit. I'm just like, ooh, it's late for you. No worries.
Yeah, we're also going to have to tell him. Oh yeah, by the way, don't mess up that painting under any circumstances. That thing is your that thing is
literally your
livelihood
lifeline. It's quite literally your lifeline.
But look at it
It
this way:
seems
you
like
have
a
the
him
bonus
problem.
of being able to actually look at it without having any problems.
Also, who's got
Get your heart out, Dorian Gray.
Right?
Yeah. But yeah, overall, I thought it was like a pretty good session 0. Like
Yeah.
we had like our ping. It wasn't like super dry mechanic stuff. I mean, I'm a fan, except for when poor Kennedy and his big dice betrayed him.
I am a fan of when poor Kennedy and his big dice betrayed them. So
Multiple times. I wasn't a fan of it.
but only when it's funny.
Yeah. Actually,
okay, but every time it betrays him, it's very funny.
Yes, it is very funny. My failure is very funny.
You know,
Fair enough.
speaking of funny failure, on last Saturday on April Fools, I had a D&D session, my other tabletop sim game, and of all the things that I could have failed at, I essentially had to roll for performance in a gentleman's establishment. So let's say it to
Oh,
be very clear.
joy.
Oh, fun.
And I rolled mid. Then I was like, oh hey, I have inspiration. And I thought to myself, it would be funny to use inspiration. And it literally rolled, I kid you not, one number less than what I had rolled. I April fooled myself, and you know what? I hate wasting inspirations, but my god, that was so funny. And the best part was, somebody else had that same fate that day.
So by the time that we finish this whole exchange and we start making our way out, assessing the paperwork, sending the bill, etc., etc., Rodolak takes a moment, sits down in front of the front door, and just starts hyperventilating because that was so much more stressful than he was prepared for.
Completely reasonable.
Flicker then comes out immediately after, and Ronalak, that's the name, right? I give you a big slap on the back. Good job in there, and I walk past you.
Yes, I almost lost my cool there.
Flicker is just... I seem to have accidentally roleplayed this character as nothing really bothers him.
I'm just taking a moment to appreciate that, like, hey, look, Jade has set up an entire mission specifically designed for my character to excel at, and I did the worst.
Yeah, bold of you to think I designed anything. This was your idea. This is literally your own mission
This was
that you handed
entirely
me.
an accident. I actually thought you were gonna like open up a Hellgate or something. We were gonna have to bash some like the imps in or something like that. I was convinced that Sir Bottomshire or whatever I called him was going to be an asshole.
Yeah, go ahead.
I thought it might be a better twist if he was actually a good person, and that's why it failed. I kind of felt like that was going to be the most interesting outcome. But
that's fair.
If you had decided, yeah, we're gonna go kill an imp to get a soul, then I would have taken that as a cue from my party to say, hey, we're looking for combat, and I would have turned this into a combat encounter. But because you didn't, I decided that to take it more of in this direction. I try to adapt to what the party wants to do, so I did.
Well, we'll do more combat next time. I just figured this would be faster than trying to do full-on combat.
We
can do either.
Also, I might have just completely improv that whole thing and like it was coming out of my mouth. Upon him saying, "I've died 600 times, please help," I said, "Oh, I guess that's what we're doing."
Yeah.
Oh hey.
I had none of that planned. That was all completely out of my butt.
Yep.
A couple questions though. I have a couple questions though. How do you feel about the party?
I'm feeling good. A little concerned that combat's going to be a bit of an awkward affair because everyone's going to look over to Rodolak and be like, all right, so what do you do? He goes, I point out the problems. Like what? Like the social combat? Yep, that's all I do.
Meanwhile, Flicker is... I solve practical problems.
Like enemies not being exploded.
I think Cass is the only person in the party that has like a significant amount of combat capabilities, and that's going to be.
Cass is the only one that has offensive.
I got decent offensive capabilities, yeah.
I am not sure what my offensive ones are. They sound nice, but I should point something out that I got for my class here as one of the feats. It's just called Explode.
Cass, I have a question. What class are you playing as?
Just Artificer.
No,
an Exploder.
Cass.
Oh, Inventor.
No,
it's
Cass.
specifically.
No, Cass. What is Cass? This class.
Psychic.
Okay, it's Psychic. You're gonna be our tank.
I was actually thinking that GD was gonna be tank. I was expecting that.
I was gonna say I can take exactly 1 hit per combat. One.
Oh joy!
I got +1, but with con, but because I was a squire, I'm guessing that's how I got this. I do have armor assist, so I can wear heavy armor.
Wait, how many hit points do you have?
15.
Cass?
I have where are my hit points?
Top right of the character sheet.
It's why everything is here. How many?
You have well, you have you. I only had the level 3 version of your character, but I think you have like around like 12 or so.
I'm sorry, Cece. How many hit points do you have?
26. I have 26 hit points.
At level 3, right?
Okay.
Yeah, at
At
level
level
3.
3 of 26. Sorry, Cece. What do you have?
I have 16.
I am the second tankiest person in the party.
Get in there.
I
Yeah, I have a +0 con, but I'm a human.
I prioritize Dex as
Oh,
one of
no!
the things that can hit things.
So, just for reference, we were going to have another person. The delightful Salazia Greenwood, as I mentioned at the very beginning of the stream, was going to be playing a frontline type of fighter class, and
oh, thank God!
but unfortunately they had a schedule shift, and they won't be able to join us because they're going to have to be wouldn't be off until we've already been 90 minutes into our start time,
Oh,
and that happened in between. That actually happened in between, like planning and session.
oh, delightful!
I also coincidentally though happen to have another person that I could recommend in if we need someone.
I'd be okay with that. Yeah, I think that. I mean, I think that'd be good. But I can build encounters around this. I think that would be.
At the same time, I like the idea of we are 4 quivering sheep in the face of an entire pack of wolves.
It's kind of great, actually.
Speak for yourself. Flicker embraces this. It's just that he's not the first to embrace it, but he embraces it.
The other question I had is, what did you think of the skill challenge system?
I really liked it. I thought that was really.
I liked it. The coins actually doing something is a nice little bonus.
Mm-hmm. There's a bunch of twists on that I made until I found something that I felt represented the tension and danger of combat, without necessarily having to draw arms. I tend to use this as often, if not more so, than combat, because this can be used for social situations. This can be used for like encounter situations like we had here, and this can be used for even. This is a very versatile system and one that I enjoy thoroughly, basically.
Okay. I suppose that's it for now. We should probably let Dictator get to sleep because it's considerably late.
Part of me is almost considering staying up just a little bit more so I can go to the gym early when there's no people, but that
Go to bed.
Go to bed,
Go
man.
back. Go back.
Dream peacefully, friend.
Bed.
Have a good slump.
Night night.
Thank you for indulging in my random ramblings about cartoons and games.
No worries. I think even just by the end of this session, you had your character was more built into their own rather than just being a cartoon copy. Like even by the end of this session, you had a bit of your own character in there, right?
Yeah, like
That's good to
like I
see.
said, the basis and base idea was like the main thing that I wanted, and honestly, it's probably the best that none of this will really interact. Because we're gonna be on another continent, though I'm not gonna lie. Running into the bandit lord Count Geoffrey Dubois, oppressor of the poor and weak par excellence, is such a great name of a villain to encounter.
That is pretty great.
Also, other names that are really great from that show: King Allfire, which is just a cool name. Let's see. Von Bernard. God, I forgot the other one. God damn it.
Anyway, go to bed,
Yeah,
man.
that's not it. Go to bed. It's all good.
Pajamas.
I hope that everyone had a wonderful time. We will be playing again in 2 weeks at the same start time. The VOD will be available on my YouTube channel, and, well, I look forward to seeing you all again real soon.
See you then.
Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Good night.